We don't have a vice chair for supervision, as you mentioned, but we're making do with the situation we have, and a good number of things have come straight to the board for approval.
Let's go to Neil Irwin at Axios. Let's go to Neil Irwin.
Hi, Chair Powell. It's Neil Irwin at Axios. Thanks for taking our questions.
Okay, so we have been listening into this press briefing by Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell, who announced today that interest rates will be going up for the first time since 2018. This was telegraphed a couple of months ago. We knew this was coming, and so the announcement official there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Wednesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be previewing some of our content in these overnight hours, as well as what is on the docket for tomorrow. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to head into some of these press conferences, events that you need to watch if you might have missed them from earlier when we showed them to you live, starting up with the White House press briefing. Jen Psaki taking questions from reporters in the briefing room. Of course, there will be a lot of fanfare for St. Patrick's Day at the White House tomorrow. Unfortunately, we got word that the Irish leader, Michael Martin, who traveled here from Ireland for this event specifically, has tested positive for COVID-19, and they were going to bring back this tradition that's been virtual for the pandemic, but the Irish leader, president, the American president, always meeting in the Oval on St. Patrick's Day to tout Irish-American relations that have been so strong for so many decades. So we'll see what they do. There'll still be some type of an event for tomorrow on St. Patrick's Day. Of course, President Biden always loves to comment and remark on his strong Irish heritage as well. But in the meantime, let's head out to the White House briefing from earlier today.
Good afternoon. A couple of items for all of you at the top. Today marks 1 year since 8 people, 6 of them women of Asian descent, were tragically killed by a gunman who attacked 3 Asian-run businesses. In the aftermath of that horrific attack, the president and vice president traveled to Atlanta to meet with leaders of the Asian American community and hear about the pain and fear that too many Asian Americans have felt since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, Erica Moritugu, Deputy Assistant to the President and AAPI Senior Liaison, is in Atlanta representing the White House as the community mourns the victims of this awful tragedy. Ambassador Catherine Tai, our U.S. trade representatives, and co-chair of the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, also spoke at a vigil in Michigan to stand against anti-Asian hate past and present. On this somber day, our administration remains fully committed to reducing the gun violence that terrorizes our communities and to advancing safety, inclusion, and belonging for all Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. I wanted to make a note on gas prices. Right now, oil prices are $94 per barrel. When oil was at this level 1 month ago, the average cost of a gallon of gasoline was $3.49. And yet now the average cost of gas is $4.32. When it comes to oil and gas prices, many accept that gas prices rise quickly but fall slowly, the so-called rockets and feathers phenomenon. But President Biden rejects that. Americans deserve relief and fast as oil prices fall. Retail gasoline prices are updated at least daily, and if gas retailers' costs are going down, they need to immediately pass those savings on to consumers. So I will reiterate what the president said to oil and gas companies last week. The invasion of Ukraine and the volatility of the oil market is no excuse for excessive price increases, profit padding, or any effort to exploit American consumers. No one should capitalize on Putin's aggression by taking advantage of American families. And this chart, which you see here, shows both the price of crude oil, and you see where it is as it relates to the price of gasoline. And as you've seen it go down, the price of gasoline obviously has not gone down. So that is the explanation of that particular chart. Also, just wanted to note before we get to questions that in some good news, we saw history made yesterday with the strong bipartisan confirmation of Shalonda Young, the first black woman to serve as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. For the past year, she served as a key advisor to the president, a member of the economic team. She's led the development of the president's budget and helped effectively implement his agenda and vision across the entire federal government. She's not just making history, she's exceptionally qualified and has vast budget experience from her years leading staff on the House Appropriations Committee. So we're thrilled to have her as our confirmed director. Finally, I know you just heard the president give remarks on this, but for clarity's sake and to make sure everybody fully understands the totality of assistance, what the president announced today was an additional $800 million in security assistance to Ukraine, bringing the total U.S. security assistance committed to Ukraine to $1 billion in just the past week, and more than $2 billion since the start of the Biden administration, and more specifically since last March. There's additional security assistance in the omnibus the president signed into law yesterday, but we're also working with the Ukrainians and others on delivery mechanisms of that. So what he outlined today is the additional $800 billion from that. And this assistance, as you heard him say, will take the form of direct transfers of equipment from the Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them defend their country against Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion. It also includes U.S.-produced short-range air defense systems the Ukrainians have been using to great effect, systems they are trained on. We've also identified and are helping the Ukrainians acquire additional longer-range systems on which their forces, again, are already trained, as well as additional munitions for these systems. And we will continue to work with allies and partners to transfer equipment to Ukraine. At least 30 countries to date have provided security assistance to Ukraine since the invasion began. And in 2022, the Department of State authorized third-party transfers of defensive equipment from more than 14 countries, a number that continues to grow as allies and partners increase support to Ukraine. Chris, why don't you kick us off?
All right. First off, just want to note this is your 200th briefing.
Oh, wow.
Well,
time flies when you're having fun.
And we will celebrate with a lot of questions.
Okay, 200. Let's do it.
To start us off, the White House has said the Russian actions in Ukraine are under close scrutiny for potential war crimes. But today, President Biden directly labeled Putin a, quote, war criminal. Has something changed the administration's assessment? What brought this new remark from the president today?
I think the president's remarks speak for themselves. He was speaking from his heart and speaking from what he's seen on television, which is barbaric actions by a brutal dictator through his invasion of a foreign country. There is a legal process that continues to be underway at the State Department. That's a process that they would have any updates on.
So another question on the military assistance. Is the White House, is the administration facilitating the transfer of S-300 anti-air missiles? How how is the U.S. facilitating that? How many might be provided to Ukraine?
Well, let me just provide to you, as I've educated myself a little bit on weapon systems over the past few days, I thought this might be helpful to you. So S-300s are anti-aircraft systems. We are providing Stingers, are also anti-aircraft systems. There are a range of anti-aircraft systems that different countries have around the world. So as I noted, I know that President Zelensky called out specifically S-300s, and while I'm not going to get into specifics for security reasons, we are continuing to work with our allies and key partners to surge new assistance, including Soviet or Russian origin anti-aircraft systems, which is exactly what that is. But what we're talking about here is how to provide them a range of anti-aircraft systems that will help them do exactly what they've been doing, which is to shoot down planes. And part of what the president announced today was additional Stingers that serve exactly that purpose.
Sure, but given that the S-300 has a much longer range than the Stingers, is that part of the administration's plan to find a way to facilitate that specific training?
Without getting into specific systems, there are a range of anti-aircraft systems that do have longer range. We are continuing to consult with our allies and key partners to surge that assistance, but I'm not going to get into more specifics.
And the last question is, the Federal Reserve raised rates today to help fight maintain inflation. Is the administration confident that the Fed can beat inflation through rate hikes and not risk a recession?
Well, I would note that Chairman Powell spoke to exactly that question today. So I would point you to his specific comments answering that question, where he did express confidence in the ability to take the steps he announced and avoid that. I would note that while we respect the independence of the Federal Reserve, as you, of course, as we have said many times, the President has also said in the past that he recognizes not only their independence, but that it is appropriate and necessary for the Federal Reserve to recalibrate their support to maintain stable prices, and obviously they made an announcement today. As it relates to, we obviously closely watch, hear from the administration, and closely monitor all risks, and we continue to believe that the United States economy is positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead, even as we continue to monitor. And obviously there are events that impact the economy, including an invasion of a foreign country, and we're seeing that impact as well play out in the economic data. Go ahead.
Back on this question of labeling Putin a war criminal. I mean, this war has now been going on for 3 weeks. So far, the president has declined to use this label. As you note, there is an ongoing sort of formal process before you can use this term. So something must have changed for the president to feel like he can take this additional step today. What else is he seeing?
The president was answering a direct question that was asked and responding to what he has seen on television. We have all seen barbaric acts, horrific acts by a foreign dictator in a country that is threatening and taking the lives of civilians, impacting hospitals, women who are pregnant, journalists, others, and I think he was answering a direct question.
The administration is making it very clear and publicly how much assistance the U.S. is providing to Ukraine. Whether we are fighting in this war or not, the U.S. is obviously heavily involved. Putin certainly knows all of this. He knows where this equipment is coming from. Is there any concern that you run the risk that he may view this as the kind of direct U.S. involvement, the direct confrontation that you are trying to avoid?
Well, all of the equipment that we're providing, whether it's Stingers or Javelins or counter-artillery, counter-mortar radar, counter UAV tracking radars, anti-armor systems, unmanned aerial systems. This is all defensive equipment and materials. It is more than we've ever provided to Ukraine in the past. It is a significant amount of assistance that we have expedited the delivery on, and we will continue to do exactly that. But as our Department of Defense, and they can certainly speak to themselves, they do risk assessments. They assess what the impact will be of the types of assistance they're providing. We're obviously watching how the types of assistance we have provided have helped the Ukrainians courageously and bravely fight back, and we're giving them more of that assistance. We've also given them additional types of assistance we had not yet provided to them, but again, these are all defensive weapon systems.
You have noted from the podium that Putin has shown no signs of changing course. You've also noted that there are significant consequences that Putin could still face. Even with this additional aid that you're providing today, it seems there are still other options on the table. So why hold back? Why not use every tool at your disposal now to spare additional lives?
Well, I think if you look at the range of tools that we've used to date, we have implemented more economic sanctions than we have on any other economy in the world. You could compare it potentially to Iran or maybe North Korea, but Russia is a much more significant economy, a larger economy, and so I wouldn't say that we are holding back in that sense. We do have additional steps we can take, as we've talked about a bit in here before. Obviously, the SWIFT banking system and the implementation of those sanctions happens institution by institution. There are additional individuals that can be sanctioned. We can have new targets. We can deepen the severity of sanctions on existing targets. We can further eject Russia from the international economic order. We can further deny Russia the capacity to modernize and diversify its economy, like we have with the export controls and the cutting off of access to a lot of technology. And we can further expose and hold to account the kleptocracy. These are additional actions we have, additional options we have, and we can take them. And that is a decision that we would make through a discussion internally.
But what are you waiting for?
We have additional escalatory steps that we can take, but I would just note that we have not held back. We have done more economic sanctions and had more put in place more financial consequences than we have in any circumstance ever in the world. So I wouldn't say that is holding back in any capacity. Go ahead.
Jen, does the White House have any insight or assessment of the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia? President Zelensky seemed to indicate there had been some progress, but President Putin's remarks later did not make the same impression.
We obviously stay in very close touch with the Ukrainians, but what I would note is we haven't seen any effort to de-escalate from President Putin and from the Russian military. So while we will continue to be very supportive in a range of ways of diplomatic efforts, whether that is engaging directly with the Ukrainians, with the Europeans, you saw obviously Jake Sullivan had a call with his counterpart this morning as well, but we also are providing a range of security assistance and economic assistance to make sure we're strengthening Ukraine as they go into these discussions. But it's hard to have negotiations that are going to be effective if one party is continuing to escalate.
President Zelensky, in his remarks to Congress today, again made his request for a no-fly zone. He no doubt is aware of President Biden's position on that. Is there any scenario in which President Biden would change his mind?
Well, first let me say that the president watched the speech. I know some of you asked this, so let me just do this now. He watched the speech from his residence in his private library. As you heard him say, he thought that President Zelensky was passionate, was powerful, and certainly he watched the totality of it. We are in very close touch with the Ukrainians. Nothing that he asked for or said today was a surprise in that sense. And if we were President Zelensky, we would be asking for everything possible as well and continuing to ask for it, because he is watching his country and his people be attacked and brutalized by President Putin and the Russian military. But how President Biden makes decisions is through the prism of our own national security. And as we've said before, a no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require us potentially shooting down Russian planes, NATO shooting down Russian planes, and we are not interested in getting into World War III.
Lastly, does the White House view Russia being ready to go back and allow the Iran nuclear deal to move forward?
Well, we can't blissfully speak for Russia. I'm sanctioned. They especially wouldn't let me speak for them, I guess, now. I don't know if it's changed, but I would say that Russia does not want Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. We don't either. While we have a range of strong disagreements with them, we can't speak for their intentions here. Certainly, we believe it's in both of our interests for this to move forward. Go ahead.
Jen, does the president believe that it would be important for President Zelensky to be at the NATO summit next week, as long as it is safe for him to do so?
I have not. discussed that exactly with the president. But the president's going there to meet with NATO partners and allies. Obviously, President Zelensky is, his country is in the middle of a war, so I have not talked to him about that specifically.
I wanted to ask you about Jake Sullivan speaking with his Russian counterpart. The Russian readout said that this happened at the U.S.'s initiative, and the NSC's readout said that if Russia is serious about diplomacy, then Moscow should stop attacking Ukraine. You've obviously consistently said from the podium that the door to diplomacy is never closed. Are we seeing, though, a ramp up in diplomatic efforts with Russia right now?
Well, this is the most senior conversation between the U.S. and Russian officials since Secretary Blinken last spoke with Foreign Minister Lavrov. I would note that we have maintained direct and indirect contact with the Russians through our embassy and officials there, including through Ambassador Sullivan, and we also have a military deconfliction channel. But we requested this call to clearly lay out our commitment to continuing to impose costs on Russia if they do not stop attacking Ukrainian cities and towns, and to warn them about the consequences and implications of Russia potentially using chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So it's important to convey those consequences directly, and this is an opportunity to do that.
Just one final question on a different topic. The administration has marked the one-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings and spoken about some of the actions that the federal government has tried to take. As you know, this week, an Asian woman in New York, a 67-year-old woman, was hit more than 125 times, was stomped on, was called a racial slur. Obviously, that video is very sickening to watch. Do you know whether the president has seen that video? And just what would the president's message be to anyone in the Asian American community who feels like, well, the actions that the government is taking are not enough to stop these attacks, and they say that they feel afraid?
Well, I would say that our message to them, I have not talked to the president about this specific video. I have seen it, a number of us have seen it, and as you said, it is very difficult to watch. I would say that his message to them would be, our work is not done, that we want to stand by your side and continue to stand up for you, to protect you, to call out this type of discrimination and horrific actions, including in the example you gave, and that what he has done is try to elevate this type of anti-Asian hate in this country so that people are aware of it, so that communities across the country can continue in that fight as well. But the work clearly is not done, and we need to be steadfast in it. Go ahead, David.
Jen, a couple of questions on today's event. So first, in the conversation that Jake Sullivan had with his Russian counterpart, he issued a very specific warning about chemical and bio. There was no mention in the readout of nuclear, which is obviously a concern for battlefield weapons. Was that a deliberate omission? Has that conversation taken place in a different channel?
I'm happy to go back to them and see if there's more we want to read out from the conversation. I think what the most important component here to take away, I hope, is that we wanted to have a direct conversation about what the consequences would be of further escalatory action. But I don't have more to read out at this point in time.
And then on your answer just before about your concern about the MiG planes, we went through a little bit of this yesterday. I think you just said that you didn't want to have NATO pilots bringing down Russian planes. But under the administration's policy of moving out this long-range anti-aircraft, it's okay to have NATO equipment bringing down Russian planes as long as it's launched by a Ukrainian. Am I understanding the policy right?
Well, I think you've heard us talk a fair amount about the planes from Poland. And again, Poland is a sovereign country, so they can make decisions on their own. What we have done is done an assessment of our role and the U.S. role and what our view would be of NATO, of these planes taking off from NATO airspace. Again, I would note that the equipment that we've provided is defensive, as you know, not offensive, and we see that as being a difference. We're also looking at...
But the planes can be used for an offensive purpose and the anti-missile systems cannot.
Correct. Also, I would note that what our Department of Defense officials also assessed is what's most effective. And while the Ukrainians still have squadrons of planes to utilize, as I think any military official could confirm for you, the types of assistance that we are providing today, including Stingers and other assistance that we're amping up support for, is exactly what we feel is effective in fighting this war. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Today in Putin's speech, he implied that there's going to be even greater crackdowns on civil liberties inside of Russia. Is there anything that you all believe that you can do in terms of sanctions or supporting the opposition there that you all are not already taking?
Well, we look at all of the actions that President Putin does, and we assess what responses we may have. I have nothing to predict at this point in time, but obviously as he has taken actions, we have taken actions in response.
And specifically on the case of Alexei Navalny, prosecutors there just said that they want to sentence him for a 13-year prison sentence. Does the White House have a response to that?
I think we've spoken a number of times in the past about the courage of Alexei Navalny, about the role he's played in being an outspoken advocate for freedoms in a country that has been void of them, and I would echo that response now. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you talk a little bit about what President Biden specifically hopes to accomplish in his trip next week beyond shoring up NATO allies?
Well, that's a big part of it. That's a very important part, Ashley, shoring up NATO allies. Look, I think from the beginning, and even before this conflict began, we have viewed rebuilding alliances in the world as a key component of what the Biden administration and President Biden could specifically do on the global stage following his predecessor's actions. So what he'll be doing, while he's there, he's meeting with our NATO allies to coordinate our deterrence and defense. So they will obviously talk about where things are on the ground, coordinated responses, assistance we're providing. NATO at this point, as you all know, is more united and more determined than we've been in decades. So we certainly would be focused on continuing that unity. He's also going to join European leaders in a separate part of the day to discuss our work to impose economic costs on Russia. As I noted earlier, there are obviously a range of coordinated steps and costs we've taken. There's more that we could do. We have the capacity, the ability to do, and we want to continue to do as much of that in a coordinated fashion. We're also looking to continue to provide a range of humanitarian support, especially as we're seeing a surge of refugees continue to grow across the border, and discuss a range of ways we can address the challenges stemmed from Putin's war in a coordinated fashion.
And on a slightly lighter note, does the administration have a position on the effort in Congress to make daylight savings time permanent?
I have seen those reports. I was trying to think of a joke. I couldn't think of one. I don't have a specific. We are obviously coordinated and work closely with Congress on all legislation they consider, but I don't have a specific position from the administration at this point of time.
Isn't more of a morning person or an afternoon? Because people are often divided in those ways, so I'm just curious.
That is true. Now, to de-link it from the specific question, he is more of an evening person, but I don't know what analysis you'll provide, but I'll look forward to reading tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Has President Biden spoken to President Zelensky today?
Not since this morning. If he does, and when he does, which I'm sure he will soon, we will provide that readout to all of you.
Got it. Thanks. Today, President Zelensky made a distinction between a humanitarian no-fly zone and a blanket no-fly zone. Does the administration view them as being different or the same thing?
Well, there have been descriptions of both of those over the past couple of weeks, and sometimes a humanitarian, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but a humanitarian no-fly zone can be specific geography or a portion of Western or parts of Ukraine, whereas a no-fly zone, sometimes people refer to it as the totality of the country. In our view, in the view of the military, there's not a difference in terms of the implementation and the escalatory impact.
Thank you. And then today, the Vice President spoke with the President of Slovakia, which is one of 3 countries that can provide those S-300s, but the readout does not mention the missile system. So can you tell us whether the Vice President directly asked Slovakia to provide them to Ukraine?
I can't get into more specifics other than to convey that we are having conversations with a range of allies about providing additional assistance, anti-aircraft assistance. And again, there are a range of systems, including some of the systems that we provided and we are going to be expediting delivery of to Ukraine from the United States.
And one more on the warplanes that Zelensky asked for today. I mean, you've made very clear that the U.S. is opposed to doing that right now. I wonder if the U.S. is also discouraging other NATO allies from providing fighter jets, even if the U.S. would not have to serve as a middleman.
If other countries can make their own sovereign decisions.
And then one more on the Asian hate crimes, because you mentioned them at the top too. Do you know if the DOJ has concluded that there is not enough evidence to charge the shooter in Atlanta with a federal hate crime?
I couldn't speak to that from here. You'd have to ask DOJ that question.
And then more broadly, since the administration adopted new policies that are meant to make it easier to identify these crimes as hate crimes, can you point to any progress?
Again, I'd point to the Department of Justice who are implementing.
Thanks, Jen.
Sure. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. Just one more. I know a lot of people have asked about the MiGs, but can you lay out for us why the administration sees MiGs as provocative and javelins and stingers as not provocative?
Well, first, javelins and stingers are defensive weapons. MiGs or planes are offensive weapons, which are a different type of military system. I would say the other assessment that we've done, not through the White House, not through the President, from the Department of Defense, is to assess what is effective and what works in terms of fighting this war on the ground. And that is why we provided an additional $1 billion, $800 million announced today, but $1 billion this week of assistance, utilizing a number of the high-level military systems, stingers, javelins, counter-artillery, counter-mortar radar, anti-armor systems that we know have been effective and we know the Ukrainians are trained on. Third, Ukraine's Air Force already has several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft, and giving them more would not significantly change their effectiveness. And finally, I touched on this in the beginning, offensive versus defensive, but we also do risk assessments from the Department of Defense about what would be escalatory, and that is obviously what we would like to avoid.
John Kirby has said that success for the U.S. mission in Ukraine is a free, independent, sovereign Ukraine. We've also heard that the official mission is to prevent escalation beyond Ukraine. Which is it?
Both are true.
If we're not specific about what exactly the desired outcome is, how do we expect to be able to...
Why could both not be true? A sovereign Ukraine and preventing them from expanding beyond.
Okay. And then moving on to the nuclear deal. General McKenzie told the Armed Services Committee that from everything that he can see, the IRGC is a terrorist organization. Is the White House willing to delist the IRGC from the foreign terrorist organization list in order to get a deal with Iran?
We're still in the negotiations, so I'm not going to speculate or outline from here what the final details look like.
And these are likely the group responsible for firing missiles at U.S. facilities in Iraq. So as long as Americans aren't killed, are there no consequences for something like that, all in an effort to get a nuclear deal?
Again, you're speculating on something that is not even finalized. The deal is not finalized. What I would note, and I would just go back to why we're negotiating this deal, and right now we're negotiating this deal because Iran's nuclear gains are threatening U.S. interests. There's urgency to taking steps to contain that, which is why we've been engaged so closely. And that is all the result of President Trump pulling out of the deal and Iran moving closer to having the capacity and acquiring a nuclear weapon and speeding up their breakout time. So we are here thanks to the actions of the last president and the last administration, and it is in our interest, it is in the global interest to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thanks, Jen. How quickly can Ukraine expect to receive the list of military aid that President Biden laid out today?
Well, we have expedited, as we've noted, from here, about $300 million worth of military and security assistance over the last couple of weeks. We continue to have channels to deliver military assistance, and so we would continue to work to deliver it quickly. There have been military deliveries even in the last few days.
So it has been rolling, and you're confident it will continue to be, including these new...
We continue to have channels to do exactly that, yes.
Okay. And the president said, going back to the long-range air defense systems, he was working with allies to acquire them. Can you tell us where they are and what the expectation is in terms of the timeline for getting those systems to you?
I can't outline where they are because we're going to keep those conversations private. I would note that a great deal of what we're doing is augmenting the type of effective military assistance that we're doing from the United States and working to prioritize equipment that they are trained on. But we are discussing with a range of partners. When we say Stinger or Javelins, those are brands. There are different kinds of similar assistance or other types of assistance that different allies have around the world.
And I want to go back to the MiGs quickly and just be crystal clear about what you're saying, because when I asked the president about this earlier, he said he's not going to comment. He didn't say that it's not an option. So,
well, we've spoken to it approximately 167 times. So maybe,
Well, here's 168.
Go ahead.
There's a growing number of Republicans and Democrats who are supporting the U.S. striking a deal with Poland to send the MiGs. You have Elise Stefanik earlier today saying Ukraine needs those MiGs. You have Scalise saying getting those MiGs in immediately is critical. There's a growing chorus of voices saying that now is the time. Has the president reconsidered his stance at all at this point?
No, because our military makes assessments, which they put out that assessment last week, and I would just echo that one part of the assessment is based on what equipment is effective in fighting this war, anti-armor and air defense systems. They are effectively defending the country. That is what we have provided additional assistance on. Second, they have several squadrons of mission-capable aircraft.
I don't think that's enough, Jen. You heard President
that are not being, Kristen, that are not being utilized. This is the assessment by our Defense Department. Third, they are also assessing that the transfer to Ukraine may be mistaken as escalatory. So this is how our Defense Department is assessing. They are assessing also that it would not significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force. And these are the types of risk assessments we certainly understand. We share the passion, the anger, the horror at what we're seeing, and that is why we significantly increased the types of military assistance, the types of equipment that we know is effective, and our Defense Department is determined is effective in fighting this war.
President Zelensky ended his speech today by saying, being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Is President Biden satisfied that he's leading this leadership moment, given that we're now 3 weeks into this war?
Well, I would say that President Zelensky also thanked the president for the role he's played. And without President Biden, there would not be 30 countries around the world providing security and military assistance. NATO would not be as aligned as it is. We would not be unified in our implementation of the most crippling sanctions we've ever implemented against a foreign country. We will continue to stand by President Zelensky's side, the side of the Ukrainians and the brave and courageous Ukrainian people, and continue to build on the efforts that have been underway to date.
One more very quickly. In the wake of the second gentleman testing positive, has President Biden been tested today, and has the Vice President been tested?
I can check on the Vice President. The President has not been. He was tested on Sunday. He was not a close contact, so we have not changed our testing mechanism. Let me check on the Vice President. I know they put out some information last night. I'll see if there's an update. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you confirm that Switchblade drones were part of the package? And if so, do you consider that still defensive?
I don't have more details beyond what was in our fact sheet to confirm from here.
Okay, and is the U.S. monitoring the hostage situation in Chernobyl, and did that come up in the call with Sullivan today?
We are definitely closely monitoring that situation, and I can check and see if that was a topic of discussion during their call.
Also, just lastly here, what does the administration make of the Russian proposal of Ukraine being a demilitarized Austrian, Swedish-type model?
As a part of their 15-point discussion, look, our focus is on supporting the Ukrainians in their efforts. Obviously, pursuing diplomacy is something we will always support, but as President Putin and the Russian military continues to take escalatory steps on the ground and take military action against civilians and innocent people, we think that is the biggest place where we need to say change. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask if you're in a position today to say anything more about the contours of the president's travel next week. What's after Brussels, if anything?
I don't have anything more for you at this point in time. We're still finalizing any additional details.
The fact that the second gentleman did test positive, does that raise concerns here about the state of the situation in the country with BA2 or any other variant that might be around?
It does not from our health officials.
Jen, back in the room.
I'll go back in a second. Go ahead.
Sarah Braskin with your nomination yesterday. I wonder if you can speak to that, and in particular, will you name
will the president name a new nominee soon for that post?
He certainly will nominate a new person to serve, to nominate to that post. It's been less than a day, so it may be a little bit more time. We are certainly disappointed. Sarah Bloom Raskin remains one of the most highly qualified people to ever be nominated to this position, but it's an important role, and he will nominate someone to fill the position.
How those final sort of days played out on that? Was there an attempt to get bipartisan support, or was Senator Manchin's statement sort of seen as the decisive one?
No, I would say, as I said from this podium, there was continued efforts to seek bipartisan support and continue to support her candidacy.
And sorry, going back to the drones, is your position that the drones were assessed by the Defense Department to not be perceived as escalatory and to not be perceived as offensive weapons?
Again, I don't have anything more to confirm beyond what was in the fact sheet and the specifics in there, but defensive weapons is what we have provided. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll go to the back in a second.
The administration, including you yesterday, have raised very dire warnings about what will happen if this COVID money doesn't come through. President Biden held a bill signing yesterday, a very celebratory bill signing for a piece of legislation that was stripped out of, that funding was stripped out of. Why didn't the president mention it? And is he willing to expend political capital on this?
Yes, he is, absolutely. I would say that we have been working around the clock over the last few days, behind the scenes and publicly, to convey very clearly to elected officials across the country and the American people what the impacts will be. So I would expect you'll hear from him more soon about it.
And on the meeting that Jake Sullivan, or the conversation that Jake Sullivan had with the Russian Security Council secretary, can you say why that particular person was the one that the U.S. reached out to, why he was the one that Jake had a conversation with? Is there anything about his proximity to Putin or anything else that we should know?
I don't think there's more to detail from here.
Afghanistan, please.
Go ahead, Michael.
A couple questions on Russia. Obviously, the president calling Vladimir Putin personally a war criminal today. Are you going to be detailing whether orders to strike maternity wards, residential buildings, innocent children were coming from the very top?
Well, I would say there's a legal process where all of the data and information gathered will be fed into any international investigations. That's led by the State Department. I think I spoke to this a few minutes earlier, where I conveyed the president was directly answering a question and speaking to his own passion in watching the barbaric actions of a brutal dictator invading a foreign country. But there is a legal process that is ongoing. The State Department has oversight over that.
And then the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. Published an op-ed in the Washington Post. He said that threats against Chinese entities and businesses are unacceptable and, quote, wielding the baton of sanctions at Chinese companies while seeking China's support and cooperation simply won't work. I'm wondering if you have a response.
Well, I would say that I don't believe that's an accurate depiction of what we've been doing. What we've been conveying is that rhetorical support or the clear rhetorical lack of denunciation of what Russia is doing flies in the face of what China stands for, including basic principles of the UN Charter, including the basic principle of respect for sovereignty of nations. And that's just a statement of fact. Obviously, our objective and what we'll watch closely is, and I don't have an update on it from here, is any decision to provide additional support to Russia while they're invading a foreign country. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Chuck Grassley has put a hold on nomination of LMA Erika sitting for U.S. ambassadorship to India. Has the President spoken to his friend Senator, or the White House has reached out to him to lift the hold? Or is the White House considering a new name for India? Is the absence of a U.S. ambassador to India having an impact on your bilateral relationship?
Well, he can't actually prevent a vote from moving forward on the floor. I mean, he can convey his opposition, as is the right of any senator, but Mayor Garcetti is out of committee, and we're hoping to see a vote on the Senate floor soon. And the president has confidence in Mayor Garcetti and believes he'll be an excellent representative in India. It is critical, of course, that we have confirmed leadership at all of our embassies, including India, and we urge the Senate to confirm him as quickly as possible.
In the middle of this war with Ukraine, how are the world's largest and oldest democracies working together to bring peace in the region?
Well, I would say, as you know, we remain in touch through a range of channels from our national security team with leaders in India and continue to encourage leaders to work closely with us to stand up against President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you. The wheat supplies from both Russia and Ukraine have been disrupted and are forecast to be disrupted quite a bit going forward. Does the U.S. see the danger, as some have been talking about a breakdown actually of food supplies to large parts of the world, maybe starting with Africa? Thank you.
This is something we're watching very closely. I have a little bit of information on this, so let me see if I can find it. Let's see. And we are concerned about how the wheat supply could impact different parts of the world, less the United States and more other parts of the world. There are also impacts we could see in the United States, including fertilizer and the production of fertilizer. Ukraine is a large producer of fertilizer, so there are steps the Department of Agriculture has announced, and we are taking steps to work to address. But this is something, to go back to your original question, we are monitoring closely, and we are, of course, continuing to evaluate what types of humanitarian assistance we can provide to address.
Just a quick one on another part of the world. Taiwan's foreign minister said just this week, might have been yesterday, that the U.S. is about to announce more arms sales to Taiwan. Do you have anything on that?
I don't have anything to predict, confirm, or read out on that. I'm happy to check with our Defense Department. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So the president's obviously sanctioned a lot of Russian oligarchs. I wonder about some of the laws, our laws, that enable this sort of international kleptocracy. Obviously, the president's been outspoken about his belief that America's tax code should be more fair, that should be enforced better. And I wonder if the president has thought about or has had conversations with people on the Hill about possible legislation that would change some of these laws, make real estate transactions more transparent, require companies and trusts to be registered to people by their actual name, prevent Americans from using offshore banks as tax havens. Any of that under consideration?
A number of those he's expressed support for in the past. I'm happy to check with our economic team and see if any of those are under discussion.
But no sense that those talks have picked up.
I just don't have an update on it. Go ahead, Karen.
Just to go back to Jake Sullivan's call, you noted when you were first talking about it that this was the most senior conversation between the U.S. and Russia since Secretary Blinken's last conversation with Lavrov. So why now? Why today? Has something changed that's given the administration any reason to think this could produce some progress, a call like this?
I wouldn't put that much optimism in it. I would say that there have been ongoing direct and indirect conversations with the Russians. It's not that it stopped at any point. Those have happened through our ambassador, and it just felt like the appropriate time for our national security advisor to have a discussion and directly convey that there will be additional consequences should things proceed, including if there's use of chemical weapons.
I guess to ask you the inverse then, would there be any increasing concerns that prompted that call today?
I would say that, diplomatic conversations and talks, there isn't always a magic reason why they happen in a particular moment, and this was just felt like the appropriate time for us to engage at that level. Go ahead. I have to wrap up in a second here, but go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You put out a list of all of the military equipment included in that $800 million that's being provided to Ukraine. Among those items, let me read them to you: 100 grenade launchers, 5,000 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns. Are you saying those items are not offensive weapons?
They're weapons that help the Ukrainian people fight against an invasion by a foreign country.
They can be used offensively, can they not?
Again, they're weapons. What I'm talking about is weapons that can be used to fight.
The answer is yes. I mean, although you don't want to say it, that answer to that question is yes. And so, obviously, you're trying to make this distinction between offensive.
Well, what we're talking about. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Well,
let me finish my answer.
No, you aren't. No, I was finishing a point, and then you can respond to mine.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you're making this distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Anybody that looks at that list of weapons that I just mentioned, they would say clearly they're offensive. If a Ukrainian military officer or someone who is enlisted has one of these weapons, they can take out a Russian military official of some sort with these weapons. They're offensive in nature, so why not provide more offensive weapons like this to the Ukrainian military?
Well, first of all, we are providing a range of rifles, etc. There is a difference between a plane and planes and massive military systems. I think anybody would recognize this. And what we're talking about, which is giving rifles and pistols to many of them farmers and people living in countrysides to defend themselves. I think there's a difference that most people recognize. Thank you, everyone, so much. Have a nice day.
You promised the back of the room.
I will get to you tomorrow. I'm sorry, I have to wrap up. I apologize.
Jen.
Glory to heroes.
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina. Slava Ukraina.
Glory to heroes. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day. But it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in the United States. I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experience the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine. From State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I am asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle, to President Putin's decision to invade our country. But we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war. But they unfortunately don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses, no victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
And in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean weak. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating. I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I'm addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you for your support.
And joining me here on Live Now from Fox is former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, former Special Representative to Ukraine, Kurt Volker. Ambassador Volker, thanks for being with us. Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian's president, gave a really stirring and emotional speech to Congress today virtually. He invoked Pearl Harbor. He invoked 9/11. He invoked Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Will the United States give him and his country what he's asking for? What did you make of this speech?
Well, first off, I thought it was a brilliant speech, very effective. He's talking not only to the members of Congress, but past them to the American people as well. He's showing extraordinary strength and resolve and an iron will on behalf of Ukraine. Ukrainians are determined to protect their country, and I think that is tremendously impressive to people. Second, he made a very strong case. He made a humanitarian case for saving lives. He made a moral case, asking us basically, how will we look at our role years from now when we think, did we do everything that we could to have saved lives to help Ukraine when it would have mattered? And then he made a strategic case as well, that stopping Putin from breaking down a world order, from squashing freedom and democracy, is not only a Ukrainian interest, it's an American interest and it's a global interest. And so we need to be thinking strategically here as well. So I thought that was all very, very well done. He will clearly get more support from Congress as a result, and he'll get more support from the administration right now, as they've already announced an additional $800 million in aid. This will go towards things such as more surface-to-air missiles, more ship-to-shore missile or shore-to-ship missiles, more anti-tank systems, more ammunition. I think that some of the things that are at the edge of the envelope now, such as armed drones or MiG-29s from Poland, will come back on the table. I think that it is very hard to find a justification why we should not give those types of systems to the Ukrainians. The one thing he pressed on that I don't think the administration is ready for yet is a no-fly zone, and that's because of the risk of putting U.S. and Russian fighters in direct contact, and I think the administration still wants to avoid that. But all of these other measures would avoid that, and I think they're quite realistic.
You know, it seems like some things are almost off the table as well. Zelensky kind of conceded the fact that the United States was not going to budge, NATO was not going to budge on the no-fly zone, and he said, you know, if this is not going to happen, if this can't be a possibility, we will accept other ways, means, and avenues of military support. So I thought that was interesting as well. I thought in the past couple of days from some of his comments, especially about a possible NATO membership in the future, we've heard from Zelensky saying that essentially, you know, Ukraine was not even anywhere close to joining NATO. Of course, that was one of Putin's pretexts for the invasion. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's very interesting because first off, we have to start from the balance of forces on the ground. Russian forces are still pounding Ukrainian cities, but they are not advancing. So Russia is not winning this war. And as the sanctions take a bite on the Russian economy, I think Russia's going to start running out of time. And so I think Zelensky is in some ways throwing this out there, this idea that he recognizes NATO is not going to take in Ukraine, as maybe giving Vladimir Putin a way to justify, okay, I achieved something and then I'll get my forces out. So I think he's throwing it out there for that reason. And as you said, he's a little bitter about this as well. NATO was clearly not moving Ukraine forward into NATO membership before the war broke out. So saying this now, it's not so much an assertion that Ukraine doesn't seek NATO membership as it is, as he put it, a recognition that NATO's not doing it. And so they're having to stand on their own. And they've done really quite an admirable job standing on their own and defending their country against a Russian onslaught.
And, you know, after Zelensky's speech today, we've been hearing from lawmakers, getting their reaction as well. And Mike McCall, who sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, is essentially saying that red lines need to start being drawn in the event, you know, Putin uses chemical weapons, if there's some kind of accident or escalation in NATO territory, in the Baltic states, in Poland. We saw, you know, a drone was downed in Croatia just last week inadvertently. Do you think red lines need to start being drawn here?
Yeah, I do actually. I think Congressman McCall makes a great point. I actually wrote something about this yesterday at CEPA.org, which is how we manage a dangerous and desperate Putin. And the idea here is that as he is bogged down and as he becomes more desperate, he may be tempted to reach for a tactical nuclear weapon or a chemical or a biological attack. So we should be warning him, and I would argue privately through military channels, that if he does that, we would respond forcefully. We cannot allow any use of weapons of mass destruction, period. And if he were to do that, we would respond. I think we need to warn him against that.
We got the word yesterday as well. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg convening a summit next week. President Biden will be traveling to that. What are the agenda items there for the summit in particular? Do you think that, obviously mutual defense will be one of them, but why now? What is going to be kind of gleaned from this next week in Brussels?
I think several things will be on the agenda there. First is just what you said, a public reinforcement of the commitment to collective defense within NATO. So Baltic states, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, all these countries that feel vulnerable get some clear reassurance from all of NATO that the Article 5 defense commitment is rock solid. I think that's very important. And that needs to be backed up with the deployment of forces to those countries, as we are seeing, as is already happening. Second, I think that we should be issuing that kind of warning that I just mentioned about no use of WMD. That should be a NATO warning as well. Third, I think there should be a commitment to continuing to support and supply Ukraine as long as needed. And that this may involve providing some kind of facilities in Poland that would be secure and that would facilitate the secure transport of military supplies to Ukraine, and then separately also security for humanitarian relief to Ukraine. I think those are two things that could be on the agenda.
Just in the last hour, we got word from the White House that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke with his Russian counterpart. And this is the first high-level talks between Russian and American officials since the war began in 3 weeks. But Jake Sullivan reiterated that the U.S. is firm and clear about Russia's unprovoked attack. Is this a good sign? And are you worried still 3 weeks in about Vladimir Putin's kind of mental state, about what he might do? And is there a time with all the pressure put on that you think Putin will blink, essentially? Does he have an off-ramp?
Yeah. Well, it's a tough question, and I don't have a readout of the Sullivan call, so I can't speak to exactly how that went or even why it took place. So I'll pass on that one. But on Vladimir Putin's state of mind and what he's doing, I think he has got himself into a very difficult position. He is squeezed by a failing military on the one hand and a failing economy on the other hand. And this means he's going to be running out of time. It also means he probably feels he cannot leave Ukraine without achieving some kind of victory. So he is going to keep driving and pushing and turning to even more extreme means in order to try to achieve that victory. And think of the things we've seen recently. We've seen him suggest that they're going to bring in fighters from Syria. He's asked for help from China. He has put some of his intelligence leaders under house arrest. He has fired some of his generals. He has changed tactics from engaging primarily the Ukrainian military to bombing civilian targets deliberately. So he is, and he's mentioned BWCW use or even threatened to attack the NATO supply chain to Ukraine. So he is acting in a rather desperate way because I don't think he sees that he has anywhere else to go. This is driving Russia into the ground, both militarily and economically. And whether it's him or whether it's people around him, at a certain point, I think they're going to have to stop. They won't be able to sustain their country if he keeps going in this direction.
And Ambassador, just lastly, there have been many diplomatic overtures in the past several days, especially from the Turks. We've seen that Turkish foreign ministers traveling to both Russia and Ukraine. We've seen prime ministers of Slovenia, Poland, and the Czech Republic travel to Kyiv yesterday. Are you seeing any progress, and do you have any confidence in some of these diplomatic outreach efforts to get the parties to the table?
Yeah, well, there's no issue about getting the Ukrainians to the table. It's about the substance of what the Russians are doing, which they don't want to do. They need to get their forces out of Ukraine and stop killing Ukrainians. They are not prepared to do that yet. So I don't see any of these diplomatic efforts producing any results at the moment. I do want to praise, however, the Czech and the Polish and the Slovene leaders for going to Kyiv and meeting with Zelensky in this embattled capital. That's a tremendously important symbolic show of support for Ukraine from EU members. And I'm sure they are taking that meeting now to lobby for accelerated EU accession for Ukraine, greater assistance for Ukraine. And I think Zelensky, while he is saying that he recognizes Ukraine may not be a member of NATO, he is looking for other security guarantees. And I would bet you that was part of the conversation as well.
And just lastly, Ambassador, what will you be kind of watching for or monitoring in the next couple of days as we get almost a month into this war?
Yeah. So the first thing is going to be this U.S. security assistance package. What is the administration going to announce today in detail? How quickly does it get there? And are they pushed to do more by Congress? And I would expect that they will be. So that's the first thing. Second thing is the Ukrainians have been doing a great job of going after Russia's supply lines. And do we start to see even further indications that the Russian forces in Ukraine are bogging down, grinding to a halt, unable to continue? Because that is what's needed for any kind of negotiation or diplomatic track to become effective, is the Russians have to realize that they have to negotiate a settlement to get out.
All right, Ambassador Kurt Volker, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, Andrew, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to begin by thanking President Zelensky for his passionate message this morning. I listened to it in the private residence, and he was convincing and significant speech. He speaks for a people who have shown remarkable courage and strength in the face of brutal aggression. Courage and strength that's inspired not only the Ukrainians, but the entire world. Putin is inflicting appalling devastation and horror on Ukraine, bombing apartment buildings, maternity wards, hospitals. I mean, it's god-awful. I was speaking about this with our commander behind me here, General Milley. I mean, it just is amazing. Yesterday, we saw reports that Russian forces were holding hundreds of doctors and patients hostage in the largest hospital in Mariupol. These are atrocities. They're an outrage to the world. And the world is united in our support for Ukraine and our determination to make Putin pay a very heavy price. America is leading this effort, together with our allies and partners, providing enormous levels of security and humanitarian assistance that we're adding to today, and we're going to continue to do more in the days and weeks ahead. We're crippling Putin's economy with punishing sanctions that's going to only grow more painful over time, with the entire NATO and EU behind us and many other countries. What's at stake here are the principles that the United States and the United Nations and across the world stand for. It's about freedom. It's about the right of people to determine their own future. It's about making sure Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin, no matter what advances he makes on the battlefield. The American people are answering President Zelensky's call for more help, more weapons for Ukraine to defend itself, more tools to fight Russian aggression. And that's what we're doing. In fact, we started our assistance to Ukraine before this war began, as they started to do exercises along the Ukrainian border, the Russians, starting in March of last year. We took the threat of Putin invading very seriously, and we acted on it. We sent Ukraine more security assistance last year, $650 million in weapons, including anti-air and anti-armor equipment, before the invasion, more than we had ever provided before. So when the invasion began, they already had in their hands the kinds of weapons they needed to counter Russian advances. And once the war started, we immediately rushed $350 million in additional aid to further address their needs. Hundreds of anti-air systems, thousands of anti-tank weapons, transport helicopters, armed patrol boats, and other high-mobility vehicles, radar systems that help track incoming artillery and unmanned drones, secure communications equipment and tactical gear, satellite imagery and analysis capacity. And it's clearly helped Ukraine inflict dramatic losses on Russian forces. On Saturday, my administration authorized another $200 million to keep a steady flow of weapons and ammunition moving to Ukraine. Now I'm once again using my presidential authority to activate an additional security assistance to continue to help Ukraine fend off Russia's assault, an additional $800 million in assistance. That brings the total of new U.S. security assistance to Ukraine to $1 billion just this week. These are direct transfers of equipment from our Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them as they fight against this invasion. And I thank the Congress for appropriating these funds. This new package on its own is going to provide unprecedented assistance to Ukraine. It includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to make sure the Ukrainian military can continue to stop the planes and helicopters that have been attacking their people and to defend their Ukrainian airspace. And at the request of President Zelensky, we have identified and are helping Ukraine acquire additional longer-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions for those systems. Our new assistance package also includes 9,000 anti-armor systems. These are portable, high accuracy shoulder-mounted missiles that the Ukrainian forces have been using with great effect to destroy invading tanks and armored vehicles. It'll include 7,000 small arms, machine guns, shotguns, grenade launchers to equip the Ukrainians, including the brave women and men who are defending their cities as civilians, and they're on the countryside as well. And as well as the ammunition, artillery, and mortar rounds to go with small arms, 20 million rounds in total, 20 million rounds. And this will include drones, which demonstrates our commitment to sending our most cutting-edge systems to Ukraine for its defense. And we're not doing this alone. Our allies and partners have stepped up to provide significant shipments of security assistance and will continue to help facilitate these deliveries as well. The United States and our allies and partners are fully committed to surging weapons of assistance to the Ukrainians. And more will be coming as we source additional stocks of equipment that we're ready to transfer. Now I want to be honest with you. This could be a long and difficult battle, But the American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival. And we're going to give Ukraine the arms to fight and defend themselves through all the difficult days ahead. We're going to continue to mobilize humanitarian relief to support people within Ukraine and those who have been forced to flee Ukraine. In just the past few weeks, we provided $300 million of humanitarian assistance to the people in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Tens of thousands of tons of food, water, medicine, and other basic supplies to support the people in need. Our experts on the ground in Poland and Moldova and other neighboring countries are there to make real-time assessments of the rapidly evolving crisis to get urgently needed humanitarian supplies to the people in need when they need it. And we will support Ukraine's economy with direct financial assistance as well. And together with our allies and partners, we will keep up the pressure on Putin's crumbling economy, isolating him on the global stage. That's our goal. Make Putin pay the price, weaken his position, while strengthening the hand of the Ukrainians on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. Together with our allies and partners, we're going to stay the course, and we'll do everything we can to push for and end this tragic, unnecessary war. This is a struggle that pits the appetites of an autocrat against humankind's desire to be free. And let there be no doubt, no uncertainty, no question. America stands with the forces of freedom. We always have and we always will. I want to thank you all and God bless you. And I'm going to walk over and sign this bill to allow the drawdown of those materials. And may God protect their young Ukrainians who are out there defending their country. What I'm signing here is the delegation authority under Section 506A1 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, translated into plain English, a total of $800 million in defense arms.
Mr. President, what will it take for you to send the Polish MiGs that President Zelensky is asking for?
I'm not going to comment on that right now. I'm not going to comment anything other than what I told you to say. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President,
he's a war criminal, sir.
Mr. President, are you going to go to Poland? Mr. President, quickly, you did just say that Putin is going after maternity wards, hospitals. Are you ready to call him a war criminal?
Camera.
One element at the top, and then I look forward to your questions. As the president said today, America stands with the forces of freedom in Ukraine. To that end, we are leading the effort to isolate President Putin on the global stage, while also simultaneously strengthening Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. What's at stake here are the principles of freedom, the right to determine one's own future, a right that Ukrainians have shown the world they will fight to preserve. In recent weeks, the United States has sent $300 million in humanitarian aid, tens of thousands of tons of food and medicine for displaced families fleeing Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, and unjustified war. U.S. humanitarian aid personnel are on the ground in the region assessing needs in real time. And just as President Biden pledged we would, we have also surged security assistance to our Ukrainian partners so that they can defend themselves. As Russia began its military buildup last year, the United States delivered $650 million in military equipment to Ukraine, building on a growing security cooperation relationship dating back to 2014. As the conflict started, we sped $350 million more in equipment to help bolster Ukraine's defenses. Now this week, we are authorizing $1 billion more of arms and equipment, including types already used successfully by Ukraine's security forces to defend their country against Russian aggression. Today's announcement nearly doubles total security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the administration to more than $2 billion, enabling us to surge additional needed assistance, including anti-aircraft, anti-tank, anti-armor systems, as well as small arms and munitions used by Ukrainian security forces on the ground right now in their fight to defend their country. Among the items included in this new package are 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 2,000 Javelin 1,000 light anti-armor weapons, and 6,000 AT-4 anti-armor systems, 100 tactical unmanned aerial systems, 100 grenade launchers, 500 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns, in addition to over 200 million rounds of small arms and ammunition and grenade launcher and mortar rounds, and more. In addition to the U.S.-produced short-range air defense systems the Ukrainians have been using to great effect, the United States has also identified and is helping the Ukrainians acquire from our partners and allies additional longer-range systems on which Ukraine's forces are already trained, as well as additional munitions for those systems. The United States continues to expedite the authorization and facilitation of additional assistance to Ukraine from our allies. At least 30 countries have provided security assistance to Ukraine since the Russian invasion began. In 2022, this year, the Department of State has authorized third-party transfers of defensive equipment from more than 14 countries, a number that continues to grow as allies and partners increase their support to Ukraine. As the President said, this could be a long and difficult battle, but America will be steadfast. America will continue to answer the call. The United States, our allies and partners, we are united in supporting Ukraine in its time of need. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Dan. I have some Iran questions, but I guess we'll start with Ukraine because I think that's probably on the top of everyone's mind. When you speak about additional long-range systems longer-range systems that the Ukrainians are already trained in, you're talking about the S-300s, or are you talking about, is it broader than just that?
So Matt, what we are doing and what I referred to now is the fact that we are continuing to pursue solutions to help our Ukrainian partners acquire long-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions they would need for those systems, and the President also alluded to this in his remarks today. I can't get into the full specifics of this, but we are continuing to work with our allies, with our partners, to surge new assistance, and that includes Soviet or Russian origin anti-aircraft system and the necessary ammunition to employ them every day to Ukraine. Those are the systems on which they are already using, the systems on which they are already trained and have actually demonstrated great effect already. We have said that we welcome assistance from countries around the world. As I mentioned a moment ago, more than 30 countries across the globe have provided defensive security assistance to Ukraine. The United States has, the Department of State, I should say, has authorized the provision of U.S. origin equipment from at least 14 countries, but we know that many more are standing up.
But this isn't U.S. origin.
That's correct. That's correct.
So without getting into the actual nitty-gritty specifics of what systems they are and what countries, although it would be nice to know what countries you're in discussions with about this. What does the U.S., if anything, have to do to facilitate the transfer of such systems? And secondly, are you close to reaching an agreement with any of the potential donor countries?
What do we have to do to facilitate the transfer of non-U.S. origin equipment? So first, for U.S. origin equipment, of course, there are waivers that are necessary given ITAR provisions and other applicable provisions. The Secretary has repeatedly, with more than 14 countries, authorized the provision of such U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners, and we've done so on an extremely expedited basis, turning those around in the course of a day. When it comes to working with countries that may have Russian-made, Soviet origin equipment, obviously that is not equipment for which we would need to provide any sort of waiver or any sort of formal paperwork. What we are doing, however, is sharing our assessment of the security needs that our Ukrainian partners have. Precisely the needs they have, the threat they are under, the types of fires and munitions that they are enduring from President Putin's forces, and working with them to determine what they may have in their inventories, to marry that with what we have in our inventories, with our knowledge, with their knowledge of what the Ukrainians already have, the training they already have, to determine the most effective package that will allow them to defend themselves.
Well, can you say if you're close to an agreement with any, or
we are having these discussions every day. 30 countries around the world have already provided security assistance to Ukraine, and we're having these discussions
daily. And then
daily.
the last one is just that if a deal is struck, and I realize it's a hypothetical, so you probably won't answer, but let me try anyway. If you do get a country X or country Y, or both X and Y, to provide Ukraine with these systems, is the U.S. prepared to make up for those? Because, I mean, presumably if country X and Y give those systems to Ukraine, the Russians most likely aren't going to want to sell them replacements, right?
Well,
I will. Is the U.S. going to be, or any ally, are you in discussions to replace those systems that countries might give up?
I always appreciate when you answer the question for me. I will note that that is hypothetical. I will also note, however, that we have continued to provide forms of reassurance to our allies, including our allies on the eastern flank. The Department of Defense recently spoke of the 2 Patriot missile batteries that have been moved into Poland. We know that countries that are valiantly standing up, that are providing defensive weaponry from their own stocks, they too have their own security needs. When it comes to the NATO alliance, certainly we will continue to stand by our NATO allies to make certain that NATO has the power, the capability to defend itself. Yes.
Just a quick one. I have a follow-up, but I think there are drones in the package of new equipment. I wonder if you can confirm that there are these Switchblade drones are part of that, and any details you can give.
I've seen quite a bit of reporting over the last 24 hours on that particular system. I think I understand why when you see the video of it. Look, I can't confirm particular systems. The president did speak of, or we did speak of, tactical unmanned aerial systems. We provided and are providing 100 of those systems. The system that you referred to would be an anti-armor system. It is certainly consistent with the type of defensive weaponry that we're providing, but I'm just not in a position to speak to all the specific systems that may be included in that package.
Okay, then can we move on to the discussions going on between the Ukrainians and the Russians? Sure. You know, there's some signs, some noises coming from both sides that there might be some movement on that. I wondered if you had a view on the potential for an agreement there, and there's a discussion about an agreement that would see Ukraine kind of pledge neutrality, not join NATO, like a Sweden or Austria kind of neutrality, and then also have security guarantees from other countries. You know, could the US be a guarantor of some kind of agreement like that?
Well, we welcome the sentiments expressed that there is hope, that there is optimism for diplomatic progress. But what Ukraine needs now, more than sentiments, more than hope, more than optimism, is de-escalation, is an end to the violence, is a tangible indication that President Putin is changing course. And that is something we have not yet seen. And just as I was coming down here, there are more horrifying reports of shelling, of destruction of what appear to be civilian sites across Ukraine, including in Mariupol. We've made clear that we unequivocally support Ukraine's efforts to achieve peace, to bring an end to the mounting human suffering from President Putin's war of choice. Diplomacy is always going to be at the center of these efforts, but we remain clear-eyed, as do our Ukrainian partners, as you heard from President Zelensky, as you've heard from the foreign minister, as you've heard from others. It remains our position that Russia needs to halt its campaign of death, of destruction, immediately. And we are working simultaneously to do all we can to give Ukraine the strongest hand it can have at the negotiating table. And we're doing that in a couple different ways. We've already spoken to one of those ways at the top of this briefing when we detailed some of the security assistance that we're providing to Ukraine, $2 billion over the past year, $1 billion in the past week alone. That is certainly an important element of that. The other part of that effort to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table is what the United States and our allies and partners have brought to bear on the Kremlin, on the Russian Federation, including its economy and its financial system. We have placed unprecedented pressure on the Russian economy, on its financial system, and every day you see very tangible metrics of that. Stock market remains closed, will remain closed for at least the remainder of this week and potentially even longer, presumably in an effort to prevent capital flight. The ruble is virtually worthless. It is literally worth less than a penny. Russia is on the verge of default. Its credit rating is at junk status. Hundreds of international companies are fleeing the Russian market, and we can go on and on. Now, all of that is part and parcel of our effort to strengthen that Ukrainian position. So we see Ukraine day by day will have a stronger hand as these measures have even more effect on the Russian economy, on the Russian financial system, and as we, together with our allies and partners here too, continue to provide Ukraine with the defensive security assistance that our Ukrainian partners need to defend themselves inside their own territory. Yes?
I just wanted to dig on that a little further, Ned, because certain export controls exist on some of these systems that the two gentlemen mentioned. So is the State Department going to take the lead in talking to allies and easing those export controls or maybe changing them altogether? And especially given Ukraine's desperate need, you know, how can you work through those obstacles to maybe get them their aid that they need faster, especially with export?
Well, I think we have proven throughout the course of this conflict and even before it that we are not going to let any sort of technical barrier stand in our way. And I have already spoken to the expedited procedures that we have used to approve the provision of U.S. origin equipment to Ukraine. We have done that in many cases with less than 24 hours notice. The fact that it was just a couple weeks ago that we announced an additional $350 million in security assistance to Ukraine within 4 or 5 days. More than 70% of that vast sum had already been delivered. So I think that speaks to the fact that we are breaking through not only what might be otherwise burdensome bureaucratic processes and hoops, but we are doing so with alacrity here in this department. Our colleagues at the Department of Defense are doing the same, and we know that our allies and partners around the world are doing the same on their end, precisely because we recognize the urgency with which our Ukrainian partners need these defensive supplies. So if there are procedures that we need to go through here at the department or elsewhere within the government to see to it that appropriate and effective systems are provided to our Ukrainian partners, whether that is from our stocks, whether that is U.S. origin material from the stocks of our allies and partners, or material that is non-U.S. origin that may even be Russian-made or Soviet origin. We will see to that. Yes, sir.
Poland's Deputy Prime Minister Kaczynski, Jarosław Kaczynski, was in Kiev yesterday along with leaders of Poland, Czechia and Slovenia, and he called for a peacekeeping mission to Ukraine with the involvement of some NATO troops. So is that something that the US would be willing to entertain? And somewhat relatedly, President Zelensky yesterday said that he would like to see more leaders coming to visit him there. Are there any chances of U.S. officials doing that?
So on your first question, of course, it's not up to us to speak for NATO. What I can say is essentially what we have heard from the NATO Secretary General is that the alliance, of course, is squarely focused on putting an end to this war, bringing this brutal aggression to a close, just as NATO is. We are intently focused on doing the same. In the same vein, we want to avoid doing anything that would prolong this war or that would expand this war. And having American service members on Ukrainian territory, American pilots in Ukrainian airspace, NATO service members on Ukrainian soil, NATO pilots in Ukrainian airspace, of course that has the potential not to bring this war to a close, but to expand it to something that is even larger and much more grave in terms of its implications. In terms of U.S. officials visiting Ukraine, you'll know that it was just last week that Secretary Blinken met with his foreign minister counterpart, Foreign Minister Kuleba, on the Polish-Ukrainian border. They actually conducted part of that meeting on sovereign Ukrainian soil, the very sovereignty that Ukrainians are so valiantly and bravely and courageously standing up to defend.
Right, but it's a little bit different than going to Kyiv and meeting with Zelensky, stepping across the border. I mean, not that it wasn't a symbolic show of support or anything, but there are no plans to do similar to what the 3 European.
The White House has announced plans for the president to go to Brussels.
Yeah.
That is the only presidential travel I'm aware of at the moment.
Okay, well, but I'm talking about lower than the president. I mean, and just to follow up on Simon's question earlier about this idea of neutrality and security guarantees. Is this something, I realize that you said that what Ukraine needs right now, what they need immediately is de-escalation and a sign that Putin has changed his changing course. But in the more medium term, is this something that you guys are willing to consider? Because frankly, I think a lot of us, including Ukraine, thought they already had security guarantees from the Budapest Memorandum. So is the U.S. ready to look at a Budapest Plus agreement that expands the number of guarantors?
So this is, in terms of the diplomacy, this is not a question for us regarding what might lead to a ceasefire, a diminution of violence between Ukraine and Russia. This is ultimately a question for our Ukrainian partners to decide the terms of diplomacy, what they are willing to pursue, what they are not willing to pursue. This is really at the heart of this conflict, this needless war of aggression that President Putin and his forces are waging. They are waging this war precisely because they sought to deprive Ukraine of its sovereign rights, its sovereign right to determine its own foreign policy, its sovereign right to determine its own Western orientation, its sovereign right to choose its own partners and alliances. So as part and parcel of that, it is not for us to say the terms by which Ukraine and Russia may be in a position to reach an agreement that we all hope could diminish the violence. That is for Ukraine to decide. We will be standing by our Ukrainian partners, assisting them with the diplomacy, as we know a number of our allies and partners around the world are doing. But these are questions for the sovereign state of Ukraine. Yes?
On this question. More generally, is it a good idea, is it a wise idea to sign something under the Russian shelling? And yes or no, if it ends up signing some kind of agreement, could one expect that the United States will be a part of this agreement?
I missed the first part of your question. Is
it generally a good idea, wise idea to sign a peace agreement during the shelling?
Well, we continue to believe that there must be a diplomatic resolution to this war. And that is why we are standing with our Ukrainian partners as they continue to engage in diplomacy, why we've been consulting and coordinating so closely with our French allies, our German allies, our Turkish allies, our Israeli partners, and others who have been involved in various diplomatic efforts to try and bring this brutal war to a close. But we know something else to be true, and that is that diplomacy will have the best chance of success, not in the context of escalation, but in the context of de-escalation. And to your point, we, and to what I said earlier, have not yet seen any indication that President Putin is willing to de-escalate. In fact, we have seen escalation after escalation. As the Secretary said yesterday, President Putin has continued to put his foot on the accelerator. It is time to put the brakes on this conflict. It is time to see a diminution of the violence. It is time to see de-escalation. It is time to see the Russians take steps that spare additional lives. Yeah, let me go around. Tracy.
Thank you. Getting away from the specifics for a minute, I have a slightly more philosophical
Sure.
question. You and others in the administration have repeatedly spoken about how united you and your NATO allies are. And my question is whether you think this is a permanent resolution of the differences and frictions that came up with NATO and the United States over the last 4 years, or if this is sort of a unique convergence of events and there will still be a lot more work to do in terms of U.S. working with NATO.
Well, I would make the point that any disagreement or disharmony between the United States and NATO came to a close in January of last year, long before this conflict. Secretary Blinken's first travel to the European continent, you probably recall, was to Brussels. He went to a NATO ministerial. If I recall, his second travel to the continent of Europe was to Brussels, where he attended a NATO ministerial just a few weeks later. So we have demonstrated from the very first hours of this administration, when Secretary Blinken spoke to the NATO Secretary General, and of course the President has had conversations as well, the indispensability of the NATO alliance, and the fact that, to us, NATO's Article 5, the principle that an attack on one is an attack on all, is as sacrosanct today as it was 70 plus years ago when the NATO Charter was signed. Now, I think it is true that the alliance, in the build-up and in the wake of Russia's aggression, is as united, as focused, and as purposeful as it has been since the end of the Cold War. It has really brought into focus the reason for being of the alliance in the first place. I also think, and I'll let countries speak for themselves, but this brings up once again the point that President Putin, through his actions, has in fact precipitated everything that he has sought to prevent. And a number of countries that just a few short months ago probably would have demurred if asked about any NATO aspirations have given different answers. Of course, I think that the value of NATO, its purpose, its reason for being today is as in focus as it ever has been. Yes?
I know it's not your department per se, but so today's call between Jake Sullivan and General Patrushev, is this not because this is the first, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first high-level contact since the beginning of the invasion, so is this not a positive signal, or that the sides are, coming together, or how are we supposed to interpret that?
I wouldn't quite characterize it in quite those terms. I won't speak for the White House. They will speak to their own engagements. What I can say is that the last time Secretary Blinken had been in contact with his counterpart was in the immediate aftermath of the potential meeting in Geneva coming down. And this was, of course, right in the midst of the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I say that I might characterize this contact a bit differently because, as the White House laid out, the National Security Advisor outlined in very clear terms for his counterpart our commitment to continuing to impose costs on the Russian Federation, our commitment to continuing to support the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of our Ukrainian partners. He also took advantage of the conversation to make very clear that there would be significant consequences and implications were the Russian Federation to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. So I think this speaks to the fact that there are some very weighty, very consequential issues that are now on the table. There are some very weighty concerns that we have, and so we are not going to pass up an opportunity to convey those concerns and to convey the potential implications if we think that direct contact is in our interest. Paul.
Can I go to Iran?
Sure.
So where are we? The Iranians say there's two issues left, which presumably are they want guarantees from the U.S. and they against another policy change, and they want the IRGC to be cleared of being named a terrorist group. Can those issues be bridged, and do you expect them to be bridged soon? And secondly, what do you think of Britain's ability to get back its hostages and the coincidental timing of them releasing Iranian funds?
So to your first question, we do think the remaining issues can be bridged. we do think, and as we said before, we have made significant progress. We are close to a possible deal, but we're not there yet. From our end, we are not going to characterize the number, the nature of these remaining issues precisely because we are at a very delicate stage. We want to do everything we can to see to it that to determine if a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is in the offing, and it would need to be in the offing in the short term. As we've said, there is little time remaining given the nuclear advancements that Tehran has made that over time would obviate the non-proliferation benefits that the JCPOA conveyed. So this is an issue that needs to be worked urgently. It is an issue that has had our urgent attention for some time now. We still continue to believe that a mutual return to compliance would be manifestly in our interests, and we are going to find out in the near term whether we're able to get there. When it comes to the news you referred to today, let me just say that we welcome the news regarding British citizens Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe and Anoush Ashuri. We, of course, would refer you to our British counterparts for specific questions on their status. When it comes to our efforts, we continue to work night and day to secure the release of our wrongfully detained citizens, and that includes US-UK citizen Murad Tabaz. Simply put, Iran is unjustly detaining innocent Americans and others, and Tehran should release them immediately. Securing their release is an utmost priority for this administration. We call upon Iran to make urgent progress toward the release of wrongfully detained U.S. citizens. I can tell you that Special Envoy Malley and Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, Carstens, they have been regularly speaking with the families of our detainees. They'll continue to do so, particularly to pass along the status of any progress to bring their loved ones home. In fact, they spoke with the families of all 4 wrongfully detained U.S. citizens just yesterday.
Does the British release of funds to Iran make it more difficult for you to obtain the release of Americans without doing the same kind of gesture?
Well, this was a sovereign UK decision. We were not a party to this decision. It doesn't change the fact that we are going to continue working night and day to do everything we can to bring our citizens home. Yes, Rich.
Thanks, Ned. Also, this is my first time in the briefing this week, and I want to thank you for your thoughtful words yesterday, for the support of the State Department for our colleagues, for Ben Pierre and Sasha, and all the support that you've given us. And I know it means a lot to the bullpen, it means a lot to Fox, and it means a lot to me. So thank you for that.
Rich, it's why we're here, to help citizens, to help those in need. So we've welcomed the good news. We hope to hear more of it.
Great, thank you. Moving on to an Iran question, there's a report in Axios that the administration is considering removing the IRGC from the FTO list in return for a public commitment from Iran to de-escalate in the region. Is that something that you can confirm?
It's not something I can speak to. It's not something I can speak to beyond the fact that there are two key issues at the heart of these negotiations. On the one hand, you have the nuclear commitments that Tehran would need to adhere to were it to resume full compliance with the JCPOA. On the other side of the ledger, you have the sanctions relief that the United States, working with our P5+1 partners, would be prepared to provide if we were to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. So the issue of sanctions relief is really and has been at the heart of these negotiations, but we're just not going to speak to specifics at this stage.
Does the IRGC's missile launches near an American consulate change that calculation? And with that in mind, does the administration still think it would be appropriate for that to even be considered?
What it underscores for us is the fact that Iran poses a threat to our allies, to our partners, in some cases to the United States, across a range of realms. The most urgent challenge we would face is a nuclear-armed Iran, or an Iran that was on the very precipice of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Every challenge that we face and would face from Iran, whether that is its support for proxies, its support for terrorist groups, its ballistic missile program, all of those challenges would become all the more difficult to confront if Iran were in the possession of a nuclear weapon. Iran would be able to act with far greater impunity if it were in possession of a nuclear weapon. So we are determined to continue to confront all of those threats, working in tandem with our allies and partners, just as we are determined to take that central potential threat off the table, the threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon. That is what we are seeking to do by testing the proposition that through a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, we can reimpose the permanent, verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program to see to it that Iran is never able to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Is the administration committed, if there is an agreement, to submitting an agreement to congressional review and waiting out the 30-day period before lifting any sanctions?
Well, what I can say at this point, Rich, we obviously don't have an agreement of any sort, but we will carefully consider the facts and circumstances of any U.S. return to the JCPOA to determine the legal implications, including those under ANARA. We're committed to ensuring the requirements of ANARA are fully satisfied. The President believes that a bipartisan approach across our foreign policy, and we've been heartened to see this on a number of issues recently, including on Ukraine, with a $13.6 billion in appropriations, a large chunk of which we spoke to today. But we believe that a bipartisan approach to our foreign policy, including to Iran, is the strongest way to safeguard U.S. interests in the long term. And we have reached out at all levels to members of Congress and their staffs to discuss our approach to Iran this very week. There have continued to be briefings on the Hill. Special Envoy Malley, Brett McGurk at the White House, others are deeply committed to this continued close engagement with Congress in a bipartisan manner during the negotiations and for whatever comes next.
That sounds as though you're not committing to another review.
It should sound as though we are committed to ensuring the requirements of ANARA are fully satisfied.
But that doesn't mean that you're submitting it. I mean, that's not a pledge to submit it to that through that review process.
As I said before, we don't have a deal.
Yes.
This is a hypothetical, but if and when there is any sort of agreement, we are committed to ensuring the requirements of ANARA are fully satisfied.
Yesterday, you were a bit circumspect about Foreign Minister Lavrov's comments with the Iranian foreign minister at their meeting in Moscow, in which he said, he suggested, his comments appeared to suggest at least that the last-minute Russian objections or their concerns about Ukraine sanctions essentially bleeding over into the JCPOA, that those were resolved. You said that you didn't think there was really ever an issue in the first place, but have you gotten any more clarity from, not directly from the Russians presumably, but through anyone else that this issue is in fact now resolved and the Russians won't blow a deal up?
Well, what I will say is that we have spoken to a very small number of outstanding issues in addition to call it what you will. I think Mr. Borrell called it external factors.
Right.
So there have been external factors in addition to outstanding issues. Even if these external factors are fully resolved, and without speaking to them in detail, we've seen the comments from senior Russian officials that would seem to suggest that they are in a different place, have been in a different place over the past couple days than they might have been a few days before that. Even if external factors are removed, we still have some ways to go until and unless we're able to.
Understood. But as far as your understanding is that those external factors are now reduced or no longer there?
These external factors were not about us in the first place, so it would not be our place to comment on whether they're resolved or not.
And then I think I can probably guess your answer to this question, but I just want to know, today is the day that you're supposed to, that the Secretary is supposed to make a determination as to whether to continue the protection for former Secretary Pompeo and Special Envoy Hook. Has he done that? And if he has, what did he decide?
Well, Matt, we don't discuss the specifics of protective operations. As you know, Congress has approved authorities that allow the Department of State to protect former or retired senior department officials if the Secretary, in consultation with the Director of National Intelligence, determines that the official faces a credible threat from a foreign power or the agent of a foreign power arising specifically from duties that that former official pursued while employed by the Department of State. And so under Section 7071 of the Appropriations Act, again, the Secretary in consultation with the DNI determines and then reports to congressional leadership and the appropriate congressional committees if a former or retired senior State Department official would receive protection. We have up to $30 million in appropriated funds to be made available if such a determination is made. But I think you can understand why we wouldn't speak publicly to whether we have made such a determination, as that would potentially pose a security issue.
Well, not only would it potentially pose a security issue, but it would also be problematic if you were to lift a FTO designation against the IRGC when they're, in fact, if you determine that the threats that they have made to those two men continue to exist.
You heard from the National Security Advisor. It was a statement he issued, I believe, on January 9th, where he made crystal clear that any effort to harm a U.S. citizen, be it on U.S. soil, anywhere in the world, whether that person was a former official, current official of any party, it is something we would take extraordinarily seriously. There is nothing we take with more gravity than the protection, the safety of U.S. citizens. So I will leave it at that. Yes, Simon.
Kind of come back to Ukraine, but specifically the meeting that the National Security Advisor held with his Chinese counterpart in Rome. Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink, you said was there. He's now returned to Washington, I believe, and I guess had time to debrief you on that, or debrief the department on that. Is there anything more you can tell us about? We understand the message that was given in that meeting, that there are these concerns about China supporting Russia's war in Ukraine. But at the conclusion of the meeting, or coming out of that meeting, what's your reading on what China's view is going forward on supporting Russia and Ukraine, and whether they're giving material support?
So it's not for us to characterize what the PRC view on this or any other issue may be or is. It is for us to characterize the messages that were conveyed very clearly in the course of our diplomacy. And as I indicated 2 days ago now, one of the reasons, probably the most important reason, we convene at high levels with our PRC counterparts is to ensure that those lines of communication remain open. This is probably the most consequential bilateral relationship on the face of the earth. It is incumbent upon us as a responsible country to see to it that the competition that characterizes our relationship doesn't veer into the realm of conflict. And of course, dialogue and discussion is part of that. When it comes to the PRC's approach to Russia and Ukraine, A number of countries, the vast majority of the world's countries, have stood up with and for our Ukrainian partners. They have stood up against President Putin's aggression against Ukraine. We have yet to see that sort of unambiguous statement from the PRC, or that sort of unambiguous support from the PRC, and we've made very clear to the PRC that we have significant concerns in that any effort to compensate Russia for its financial losses, for the economic toll, or, of course, any effort to supply, to provide materiel for Russia's war effort, that would be met with significant costs, not only from the United States, but from our allies and partners around the world. Those are the messages that were conveyed. It is not up to us to characterize any sort of PRC response.
But you said you've yet to see a unambiguous statement from the Chinese. Have you seen any signal or any indication since that meeting from the Chinese of what their position might, is there any change to their position?
I will leave it to our PRC counterparts to speak to their position. Yes, sir.
Subject to Venezuela.
Sure.
After the trip to Caracas of a senior U.S. delegation to meet with the government of President Nicolas Maduro, is the U.S. still recognizing Juan Guaidó as the interim president? Are you planning a follow-up meetings with Maduro? And are you concerned that this kind of meetings weaken the Venezuelan opposition?
Well, as we talked about a couple days ago, the visit to Venezuela focused on really two things, and that was securing the release of wrongful detainees and urging the Maduro regime to return to the negotiating table in Mexico with the democratic opposition's unitary platform to restore democracy in Venezuela. So far from undermining Juan Guaidó, it actually reinforced our support for interim President Juan Guaidó and his call for a negotiated solution through the Mexico process. There, of course, has been no change in our recognition of interim President Juan Guaidó's role. We will continue to work with him as such. We will continue to urge the resumption of negotiations through the Mexico City process.
But does it mean a recognition that who's in power is like Nicolás Maduro and not Juan Guaidó? Because the delegation didn't go to the house of Juan Guaidó. It went to meet Maduro officials.
In one way, it was a recognition that it was the Maduro regime that was and continues to hold Americans unjustly against their will. It, of course, was not Juan Guaidó or the unitary platform that held and continues to hold unjustly American detainees. So if we seek the return of Americans who are held unjustly against their will, in that case, we met with the party that was holding them. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon. We have just finished an extraordinary meeting of NATO defense ministers focused on the consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We addressed our support for Ukraine, the severe costs we are imposing on Russia, and NATO's work to strengthen our defenses now and for the years to come. Our close partners Finland, Sweden and Georgia and the European Union joined us for the first session. And Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov described in stark terms the death and destruction caused by President Putin's war. The determined resistance of the Ukrainians against the invasion and the importance of our continued support. We all paid tribute to the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. NATO allies and partners have supported Ukraine with equipment and training for many years. We are helping Ukraine to uphold its fundamental right to self-defense, freedom and democracy, with significant amounts of critical military equipment. Today, ministers agreed that we must continue to provide significant support to Ukraine, including with military supplies, financial help and humanitarian aid. NATO allies and partners are also hosting millions of Ukrainian refugees. President Putin must stop this war immediately, withdraw his forces now, and engage in diplomacy in good faith. NATO is responding to this crisis with speed and unity. And next week, allied heads of state and government will meet for an extraordinary NATO summit. We will address both our immediate response and the changes we need to make for our longer-term security. Moscow should be in no doubt. NATO will not tolerate any attack on allied sovereignty or territorial integrity. We have already activated our defense plans to shield the alliance, increase our readiness and deploy troops from both sides of the Atlantic. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces at heightened alert across the alliance, 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance, backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. But we face a new reality for our security, so we must reset our collective defense and deterrence for the longer term. Today, we tasked our military commanders to develop options across all domains: land, air, sea, cyber and space. On land, our new posture should include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance, at higher readiness, with more pre-positioned equipment and supplies. In the air, more allied air power and strengthened integrated air and missile defense. At sea, carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on persistent basis. We will also consider the future of our cyber defenses and how best to draw on allied space assets. We should also train and exercise more often and in greater numbers. Major increases to our deterrence and defense will require major investments. Allies need to invest a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. And I welcome that allies such as Germany and Denmark have already made important announcements on more investments and faster timetables. We also need to spend more together. NATO common funding is the essential enabler that allows us to work together. It is a force multiplier for national defense efforts, and it shows solidarity as allies. At this critical moment for our security, unity between North America and Europe in NATO is more important than ever. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with BBC in the center, just behind.
Thank you.
Last row. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Could I just ask you, we've heard once again from President Zelensky addressing US Congress, calling for a no-fly zone. Are there any allies at all who have been asking for one, even if the decision of the alliance as a whole is not to enforce one? Has there been any discussion at all about it? And the second question I have is just about Ukraine and its NATO membership. Do you believe that Ukraine has cooled towards its view of joining NATO as a negotiating tool with the hope of eventually reaching some kind of agreement with Russia? Thank you very much.
Allies are united, both in providing support to Ukraine to uphold the right for self-defense, but allies are also united when it comes to that NATO should not deploy forces on the ground or in the airspace of Ukraine. Because we have a responsibility to ensure that this conflict, this war, doesn't escalate beyond Ukraine. We see death, we see destruction, we see human suffering in Ukraine, but this can become even worse if NATO took actions that actually turned this into a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. So allies are united when it comes to the issue of how to provide support to Ukraine. Ministers addressed this today. They reinforced the message of the importance of providing support with equipment, advanced equipment, air defense systems, anti-tank weapons and many other types of support, but no NATO deployment of air or ground capabilities in Ukraine, and that's the united position from NATO allies. Then the message to Ukraine is the same now as it has been for years, that Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation. It has its own right to choose its own path, and we respect the decisions made by the democratic elected government by Ukraine. So it's up to them to decide whether they aspire for NATO membership or not, and then it's up for 30 allies to decide on that issue. Not for Russia to try to veto such a process.
CNN.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Natasha Bertram, CNN. I'm wondering whether NATO has invited President Zelensky to participate in any way in the Leaders Summit next week, as Reznikov did in the Defense Ministerial today. And I'm also wondering if you could respond to the Polish proposal to send NATO forces into Ukraine on a so-called peacekeeping mission. Thanks.
Also, what we need is peace in Ukraine, and therefore Russia and President Putin has to stop the war, withdraw its forces. We support all efforts to find a negotiated solution. We support all efforts to find a diplomatic solution. And of course we support and welcome the talks and negotiations which are now taking place between Ukraine and Russia. At the same time we support Ukraine because we know what they can achieve on the negotiating table is of course very closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. So I strongly also believe that one of the reasons why the Ukrainians also are saying that they have seen some steps in the right direction is because they have been able to fight back.
they have been able to fight back against the invading Russian forces. So the courage, the determination, and the support from NATO allies to the Ukrainian armed forces is extremely important also when it comes to what they can achieve as part of the negotiated process with Russia. Again, of course, we support peace efforts. We call on Russia and President Putin to withdraw its forces, but we have no plans of deploying NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine.
Okay. Rai?
Secretary General, good evening. Can you comment on Italy's role in this current crisis? And happy birthday for today.
Thank you. I would very much like to comment on Italy's role. Italy is a highly valued NATO ally, a founding member, and Italy is contributing to our collective defense in many different ways. I was recently in Romania. I met Italian pilots. They are helping there to keep NATO airspace safe, and they really show commitment and strength in their contributions to different NATO missions and operations, including in Kosovo, where Italy has been a key ally for many, many years.
Financial Times? Yeah, gentleman with glasses. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the question about the peace talks, you said that you're encouraged by signs and that you support any effort to find a diplomatic solution. Could you tell us, are you seeing any signs on the ground that the Russians are genuine in their approach to these peace talks, or that they may well just be using them as a distraction for resupply and for restructuring their approach? Thank you.
On the ground, we don't see any sign, and that's the reason why we also call on Russia to engage in these talks in good faith. And it's not for me to report from these talks. NATO are not part of those talks. These are talks between Ukraine and Russia. But I've just seen the reports coming out from those talks. I think it's very important not to speculate and not to prejudge or to preempt any outcome of these talks. But my message was in a way that it is obvious that what Ukraine can achieve around the negotiating table is very closely linked to the situation on the battleground, and therefore the support we give to them to stand up against and to resist the Russian invasion also helps them to achieve an acceptable outcome in the negotiations.
Associated Press?
Lorne Cook from the Associated Press. Could you tell me a little bit more about the tasking that you've given NATO commanders, what that might involve, and are we looking ahead 1 year, or are we talking about a decade, something longer term? And you also used the word persistent. I wonder what that means. Why wouldn't you say on a permanent basis?
This is the way we make these kind of decisions in NATO, is that the politicians, they set out the guidelines, the direction, then we task our military commanders to give advice on how to follow up, and then we make final decisions as politicians based on these advice and input from our military commanders. This was exactly the same we did back in 2016. When we, at the Warsaw Summit, made historic decisions for the first time in our history to deploy NATO combat troops to the eastern part of the lines. You have to remember that before Ukraine, also before the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 by Russia, NATO had no combat troops in the eastern part of the lines. Then we had the illegal annexation of Crimea, and since 2014 we have implemented the biggest reinforcement of collective defense since the end of the Cold War, tripling the size of the NATO response force, establishing the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland, more presence in the air, at sea, and of course also started to invest more, increasing defense spending. Then the process was the same. The politicians tasked the commanders, they provided advice, and based on that we developed the final conclusions that Allied heads of state and government made at the summit in 2016. And then since then we have implemented that. I foresee a similar process now. We have tasked the military commanders. We will have their advice within weeks, and then my ambition is that heads of state and government, when they meet at the end of June, can make the decisions on significantly increased presence, reinforcing our deterrence and defense on land, at sea and in the air. And of course this will then depend on the input we get from the commanders, but also of course at the end of the day it has to be a political decision by the leaders. So the decision I foresee within months, as meaning by the summit in June. Then implementation will of course vary a bit depending on what kind of decisions we are going to make.
Frankfurt Allgemeine, just behind AP. Just behind.
Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, is there anything in the NATO-Russia Founding Act that could restrict military planners and commanders when they work out these options for leaders? Thank you.
Also, we will do what is necessary to make sure that there is no room for misunderstanding in Moscow, for miscalculation in Moscow about our commitment, readiness to protect and defend all allies, every inch of NATO territory. And the reason why we do that is not to provoke a conflict, but is to prevent the conflict. That has been the success of NATO for more than 70 years, that any potential aggressor or adversary has always known that an attack on one ally will trigger a response from the whole alliance. And to ensure that in a new security reality, we need a reset of our deterrence and defense. And that's exactly what we're now tasking the commanders to provide advice on, how to reset our deterrence and defense, and we will do what is necessary. The NATO-Russia founding treaty, of course, that actually has a clear reference to in the current security environment back in 1997. We are not in the current security environment today. We are in a total different security environment. At that stage, we actually foresaw Russia as a strategic partner, working with them. Since then, Russia has invaded Georgia, illegally annexed Crimea, and now also invaded Ukraine. So we will do what is necessary, and the NATO-Russia Founding Act is not something that will create problems or hindrance for NATO to make the necessary decisions.
Okay, we go to Ukrainian news agency.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. There in negotiations with Russia is another important factor. According to the data released today from the General Staff of Ukraine, around 40% of invading forces already lost by Russians in equipment and manpower. Could NATO confirm that? And because of that, the obvious question, is the threat which Russia posed to NATO in escalation a little bit overestimated by NATO countries? Thank you.
President Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces. President Putin underestimated the unity of the Ukrainian people and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian leadership. And this, combined with the support, the massive support the Ukrainian armed forces are receiving and actually have received from NATO allied countries over many years, have forced President Putin to change his plans and to realize that this quick victory, this blitzkrieg taking control over Kiev within days has absolutely failed. But we should not underestimate Russia's capabilities when it comes to continue the war and also to continue to attack, including cities. We have seen how Russia has been responsible for the same, or for brutal warfare, both in Chechnya, but also in Syria. And of course, even though they have made severe mistakes, Russia maintains a large capability of conventional armed forces, but Russia, President Putin has also, they have also used nuclear rhetoric. Russia is a nuclear power, and we have seen how they have stepped up to also the nuclear rhetoric threatening both NATO allies and Ukraine. So I think we must not underestimate the dangers related to the military capabilities of Russia, including their will to actually use force and impose devastation and destruction on others.
We'll go to Imedi, lady in white now.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Mr. Secretary General, can you tell us more about Georgia? Defense Minister from Georgia attended ministerial, and you have, and you said recently that it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support Georgia. So, what options were discussed, for example, today? Thank you very much.
I think we need to realize that we are faced with a total new security reality, which of course affects the people of Ukraine. It's devastating for them, but is also putting more pressure on also those countries in our neighborhood who are not members of NATO, not members of EU, countries at risk. And Georgia is one of them. And the Georgian defense minister attended the meeting. All allies listened very carefully to his intervention, where he stated the challenges Georgia faces, being a country which has already seen the consequences of aggressive actions by Russia back in 2008, and other attempts by Russia to interfere in Georgian domestic affairs. So the message, one of the lessons we have to learn from what is going on in Ukraine today, is that we need to support these countries which are at risk now. It's better to support and help them now than after a military intervention. So, if anything, I think we now see the value of the support that has been provided to Ukraine before the invasion, but also the importance of that we could have done even more for Ukraine. And then I think that the message for Georgia is that we should step up, provide more support, and send a message that we support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Georgia, not only in words but also in deeds, and therefore I call on NATO allies and others to provide support to Georgia. And that was the message also from allied leaders at the meeting today.
Al Jazeera.
Secretary General, we're 21 days now into this conflict. Based on Russia's performance militarily so far and your current intelligence, can Russia win this war?
I think we should all be careful speculating too much. What we have seen is the strength and the courage and the capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces, which has impressed the whole world, and which has been able to slow down, to fight back against the invading Russian forces. I pay tribute to the Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian people in the way they have been able to stand up against the invasion. But at the same time, Russia remains a formidable military power. They have many different types of weapons, and therefore I think it's too early to speculate about the outcome. What we need is Russia to stop the war, President Putin to withdraw its troops, and then to find a political solution. That's what I would say about that.
Okay, we'll take a last question. Polish TV, lady in black and white then. Thanks.
I would like to go back to this special summit of NATO in upcoming week. Could you say what is the special reason to organize this summit, especially that on June we will have a regular NATO summit? So could you tell us more about this? Thank you.
President Putin has underestimated Ukraine, the people of Ukraine and the armed forces of Ukraine and the political leadership of Ukraine. But President Putin has also underestimated NATO, because we reacted swiftly and unified in a way that has imposed severe costs on Russia. Together with partners, the European Union, NATO allies have imposed unprecedented economic costs. We have provided and continue to provide essential support to the Ukrainian armed forces. Allies do that every day. And we are also increasing the presence of NATO in the eastern part of the alliance. So President Putin's aim was to divide NATO. What he gets is a more united NATO. He wanted to, in a way, to undermine the nation of Ukraine. He's actually strengthening the unity of Ukraine and the commitment to the Ukrainian nation by the Ukrainian people. And then he wanted less NATO on its borders. He's getting more NATO on its borders. So to do all this, we need to be coordinated. We need to consult. And therefore, the day after invasion, we had a virtual NATO summit with all the NATO leaders, extraordinary NATO summit. And we will have an extraordinary NATO summit next week in person here in Brussels to continue to ensure that we are united, that we are closely aligned, and that we act together, both when it comes to providing support to Ukraine, when it comes to coordinating our efforts, when it comes to imposing costs on Russia, but also when it comes to taking the necessary decisions to ensure that we send a clear message to Russia about our credible deterrence and defense, both in the short term but also in the longer term, including by starting the work to reset NATO's deterrence and defense.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you.
All right. Well, first of all, as I was standing there listening, I should say that thank all of you, everyone in this room. You didn't change the law. We set out, to remember, some of you way back when I first wrote this legislation, to change the culture. To change the culture. For real. So it's great to be with you all. And Ruth, it's been an honor to stand with you through these years. And she was a serious victim of violence, left for dead, basically, before this law was written. And you make me think of the women who were willing to come and testify before the whole world when I first started those hearings. It wasn't viewed, even among the advocacy groups, as necessarily a particularly positive thing to do. It was because, anyway, you know. Thank you for your courage, for being a hero, sharing your powerful voice, and standing up for thousands of women. And that could be said about most of you in this room. I want to thank the members of the Senate and the House, members of my cabinet, for all you've done. The idea that this took 5 years to reauthorize, I was out of office those years, and it drove me crazy. No, that's not why it didn't happen. But it drove me crazy. It drove me crazy, the rationale for why we weren't going to. Anyway, I want to get into that. I know some of you think maybe I should be out of office for another 4 years, but the point is, it's wonderful to see so many brave survivors and dedicated advocates and truly old friends. So many have worked so hard to modernize the Violence Against Women Act, to make it stronger and make sure that it endures. And the reason we've been able to do so much, make so much progress in the past 20 years is because of all of you. I know some of you aren't even 28 years old, so it doesn't count for you guys. But all kidding aside, it really does. Again, I keep coming back to you. Change the culture, not just the law. And I want to thank the bipartisan members of Congress who helped get this latest reauthorization done. Dianne Feinstein, Joni Ernst, Lisa Murkowski, and in the House, representatives, nobody worked harder than Sheila Jackson Lee. And, thank you. I learned a long time ago, when Sheila wants something, just say yes. It saves time. And Jerry Nadler, a great friend and a great congressman, and Brian Fitzpatrick. Brian, thank you. Look, thank you for coming together and never giving up. You know, the fact is, it really wasn't so long ago this country didn't want to talk about violence against women, let alone as being a national epidemic, something that government had to address. As a society, we literally looked away. We looked away. In many places, it wasn't a crime. And I recall how many times I was told in the prelude to writing the legislation, this is a family affair. You don't understand, Biden. It's a family affair. When I began, along with others, to pursue this legislation that changes this issue, we were told that we would literally be responsible for the disintegration of American families in major press. It wasn't just the wackos. It was in the mainstream press. And we talked about creating shelters, give survivors a way out, because so many don't have a way out, and their children. By the way, the vast majority of children on the street with their mothers are there because she's a victim of domestic violence. And here's what they said. Here's what they wrote. They said these shelters, providing shelters, was nothing more than indoctrination centers for women's liberation issues. Now, I can get you the articles. It's a fact. Not a joke. Not a joke. And calling the police meant having to stand in front of your abuser, your significant other, your husband, whomever, and say he did it. And I used to say, when I'd get heat on this, when I spoke, I remember making a speech at the Chamber of Commerce, and someone said, "You're going overboard here." I said, "Let me ask you, Jack." I said, if you had a 320-pound guy who could bench 400 pounds stand in front of you and smacked you, you're going to say he did it? Because you know he's going to come back. Look, there were very few police departments that had trained personnel. I mean, very few. I'm sure there were some. I just can't remember any of them. No, I really mean it. As a matter of fact, I don't think there were any special victims units in most of the police departments around the country before this legislation was written. Now there's programs that are on TV and for the last 25, 30 years. No, but I really mean it. It mattered. That's what I mean about changing the culture. Look, and there were too few places you could go for advice or for help. Where would you go? And how many times? I remember the biggest fights I had were the second time around with universities. With universities. Where do you show up? Where do you report this? Well, we don't want to. I mean, major universities. Not Podunk University, major universities. It took time to change the culture, and you did it. You did it. There was no national hotline. I remember going, all kidding aside, there have been millions of women who've hit that hotline button. All the brave guys I had talked to, they'd say, Biden, you're overdoing this. And I'd say, tell you what, if somebody who was twice your size beating the living crap out of you, you're in the same apartment with them, how do you go and pick up the phone and call for help? Women would hide and say, I can't say where I am. I don't know. Help me. That's how we got Microsoft and others in this fight with us, to help us physically locate so the police could pick up where that call was coming from. That was the background when I first wrote the Violence Against Women Act in 1990. To provide more protection against domestic violence, stalking, sexual assault, to support survivors, and help them find ways out of their abusive situations. I'd say, why didn't she leave? Well, she didn't leave. She had no place to go, and she had 2 kids with her. No money, nothing, no family to go to. Leave? I've been asked time to time, was the reason I guess I got a little overwrought about this legislation early on. Not that I ever get overwrought. And I literally, the most oft-asked questions for the first 3 years of the act was, well, why are you so passionate about this? Was your mother a victim of domestic violence? Was your sister or your wife, were they victims? Swear to God, that was the most oft-asked question of me. And I said, no, that's not the answer. I happen to be raised by a gentle, decent man who taught all of his children, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Lisa, you know this. You knew my dad. My dad would say the greatest sin of all that anyone could commit was the abuse of power. And the cardinal sin was for a man to raise his hand to a woman or a child. That's what this law has always been about, the abuse of power. Whether it ends in a rape or just a physical abuse, it's about the abuse of power. So I believe that many of you in this room did, that I believe that too. And the only way we could change the culture was by shining an ugly, bright light on it and speaking its name. Make all the speeches you wanted. But until those women had the courage, and I remember in the back room holding and saying, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Can you imagine being among the first to stand before the whole damn world? And millions of people hear you recite how you were abused? It took enormous courage. At the time, Majority Leader may remember, we both got criticized for wanting to make it public. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. That's why we held public hearings for this law. When there were senators and others who said it was too salacious for this to be public, for people to see. But I believed, and a lot of us did, that we had to let America know what was going on. Take the blinders off. Make them look at it square in the eye, all the ugly side of it. Because I believed, as all of you did, that Americans are basically decent, honorable people. But they didn't want to get involved. Didn't want to get involved. How many times have you been in a crowded airport or in a circumstance where you see a man not physically beating, but abusing a woman. You just say, no, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to. I don't know what to do. Well, I believe that if they could see the truth of what was going on, we could begin slowly to make change. And that's exactly what you all did. That's what happened. This law broke the dam of congressional resistance and cultural resistance. And it brought this hidden epidemic out of the shadows. You know, its introduction, it introduced our nation and so many brave survivors. Those stories changed the way America saw the issue. I mean, in a literal sense, it's hard to believe, even when I go back and think of how it started, where it was. As a practical matter, things began to shift. The legal and social burdens away from survivors and on to perpetrators and where they belonged. It made addressing gender violence a shared priority with a determined, coordinated response. It created a hotline, as I said, for millions of women who have used the hotline. And again, I'll never forget being told the first time, I said, what did you do? She said, I got behind the drapes. I held the phone. And I said, pray God, pray God. Don't let him hear this. Pray God, pray God. It supported shelters and rape crisis centers, housing, legal assistance, creating life-saving options for women and children all across the country. And it helped train police officers, advocates, prosecutors, judges, court personnel to make the entire justice system fair and more responsive to the needs of survivors. I'll never forget, Chris, I went to the family court when I was writing this, and the family court in my state's like many of yours. And I watched, because I was told this would happen, I watched a woman come up to the desk and say, I want to report my husband's beating me up. Well, why don't you have a seat over there? Not a joke. Go back and check your family courts back in the day. That's what happened. That's okay. You go over here. We'll get to that. No. I need help now. Now. You know, the law has saved lives. It's helped women rebuild their lives. The hardest thing to get done was arrest on information. Because what used to happen is, a cop may be in the street and see a husband or a boyfriend or a man, anyone, smack his wife. They come over and say, do you want to bring charges? What else are you going to say? Yeah, I want to bring, we got the law changed to say the cop can arrest on information. He saw it happen. He saw it happen. And all these these tough guys. Even in 1994, we knew there was much more we had to do. You know, that was only the beginning. That's why, because of all of you in this room, every time we reauthorize this law, it's been improved. It's not like we didn't know we wanted to do these other things in the beginning. As we did as much as we could and keep trying to add to it. You remember, you were sat at my desk a lot of time with me on this. Broadening from domestic violence includes stalking, sexual assault in 2000. That was the change made. Expanding access to services for immigrants and communities of color in 2005. That was the change. Restoring jurisdiction to tribal courts. Over non-native domestic violence offenders who abuse women in Indian country. We did that in 2013. Extending protections to everyone, regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity in 2013. And I'm sorry to go on, but you all should, the country owes you. All of you. I really mean it. Thank you. The law kept growing stronger. It's not like we didn't know in 2005 we should be dealing with the things we dealt in 2013. It was getting it done. Each link in the chain that we're building made a difference, makes a difference. Yesterday, I signed the bipartisan government funding bill. Thank you very much for that. And consequence, we forward the next link in the chain. Not only did we reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act through 2027, and I often wonder why the hell we can't reauthorize it. It's like the Voting Rights Act. I thought we had won when I got Strom Thurmond to vote for it and extend it for 25 years, and then the court came along. But at any rate, that's another issue. But look, you know, just think about this. If this affected manhood, men, I don't think we'd have a problem, you know, doing it for even longer, making it permanent. But anyway, that's a different thing. Look, we delivered more help to survivors in rural areas. We understand and underserved communities. For a simple reason, there's no place to go. You know, whether it's Arizona or whether it's Michigan, wherever it is. You're in a rural area, you call, you get help, you do get help, and then they leave, and the next nearest town is 20 miles. How long does it take for the cop to get there? Tribal courts will now be able to exercise jurisdiction over non-native perpetrators of sexual assault, child abuse, sex trafficking, and so much more. You've all added new services and resources for folks most underserved communities, the LGBTQ community, survivors of those rural communities, providing more support, legal services for law enforcement to get training they need to help handle the trauma of survivors are experiencing. And by the way, it's not a criticism of the police. For all the mistakes police make and all the things they do wrong, we expect them to be everything from a counselor to an expert on sexual violence to an expert on all these things. But, you know, these are vast majority. People with, you know, degrees that are 2-year degrees after school. I mean, they're smart, but we expect them to be psychologists. We expect them to be everything. So we established a new civil rights cause of action for those whose intimate images were shared on the public screen. How many times have you heard, I'll bet everybody knows somebody somewhere along the line, that in an intimate relationship, what happened was the guy takes a revealing picture of his naked friend or whatever in a compromising position, and then literally, in a sense, blackmails or mortifies that person. Send it out, put it online. Giving survivors real resources against abuse now. Ex-partners and stalkers who seek to humiliate and hurt them. You've created new programs to help end the backlog of the rape kits. And those rape kits, by the way, I don't know, you ought to go to your major cities, those of you who are in the House and Senate, this group probably has, which I have done. And this backlog is so significant. You could solve literally a significant portion of, look, the only thing I learned that's worse than for a woman, worse than a woman who is abused or raped and says it's Charlie who did it and no one believes her, him against her. And when you can take a look, if you take a look at those rape kits and went through them all, you could identify and arrest probably 40–50% of the rapists in America. They're all there. Their DNAs are there. It's all in line. And run it against the whole panoply. Very few rapists rape only once. So look, there's a lot that goes unprocessed. And we have to make sure survivors get compensation. And if there have been delays in their cases, we've made improvements in the National Criminal Background Check System to help states investigate and prosecute cases when abusers who are barred from purchasing firearms attempt to do so. That we've done federally. Quite frankly, that's one of the things that held up this bill for much too long. Much too long. Those are just a few of the ways we've strengthened not we, you've strengthened the law, because I just came I'm back on the range again. But look, it comes on top of the work we've done together over the last years to make progress. We know the pandemic only exacerbated instances of domestic violence and sexual violence. It shot up like a Roman candle. And through the American Rescue Plan, the administration directed $1 billion in supplemental funding for domestic violence and sexual assault services. We work with local public housing authorities to make sure that survivors trapped in a bad situation could find safe new housing options in public housing. Because they don't have much to go. We also made landmark reforms in military justice system to help end the epidemic of sexual violence and harassment in armed forces. Fundamentally changing how the military investigates, prosecutes sexual assault, domestic violence, and other related crimes. Thank you, Kristen Gillibrand. Thank you, Jackie Spicer. Is Jackie here? Stand up. Stand up. You did an incredible job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Earlier this month, I signed a bipartisan bill that ends what we know as forced arbitration. That's wonderful, isn't it? No, but I mean, the small print, you sign a contract, and the small print says you can't do anything if your boss, male or female, if you end up getting abused, if you end up doing something, then you can't, you have to do it internally. No more. No more. Really? And 80% of the people who sign those don't even know what's in the contract. Yeah. The mechanism prevented too many survivors of abuse and harassment in the workplace from having a choice to get their day in court. Look, there's just a few of the steps you've all taken and how much you've improved this legislation. But as everyone in this room knows, this work is not going to stop. It never stops. Today, 1 year since a gunman killed 8 people in Atlanta, 6 of whom were women of Asian descent. These horrific murders are a reminder that we still have work to do to put an end to misogyny and racism and all forms of hate we have. We're never going to get it all done. We can't ever stop trying. As long as there are women in this country and around the world who live in fear of violence, there's more we have to do to fulfill this sacred commitment. No one, regardless of gender or sexual orientation, should experience abuse, period. And if they do, they should have the service and support they need to get through it. And we're not going to rest. But in the meantime, all of you should be enormously proud of what you've accomplished. This reauthorization is testament to the power of your voices and your tireless dedication to changing things for the better. And one last thing. Some of you in here helped me work on the International Violence Against Women Act. I'm coming back. And I'll tell you a very short concluding story. When I was vice president, I can't remember, probably the 7th year in or thereabouts, I was in India. And I met at the home where Mahatma Gandhi was able to be hidden for a long while. And I met with two of the daughters of India's most serious liberators. And you know, I thought they're going to ask me questions about, U.S.-Indian relations. I said, can you help us write a Violence Against Women Act? Not a joke. Just by some of you speaking out, Republicans and Democrats, just by your speaking out about how we abhor those nations that do, in fact, call for and go through the list, is changing behaviors. I think we have to be even stronger than that, but that's another boring speech. But look, let's keep going. Thank you all. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you.
Morning, everyone. We had a stirring address from President Zelensky earlier today that moved the Congress and I believe continued to move the country and the world to stand behind Ukraine in its struggle against Russia. And it's a recognition, as President Zelensky clearly indicated, this is about peace versus war. This is about democracy versus dictatorship. This is about the free world and freedom versus tyranny. It's about truth versus propaganda. And we're going to continue to stand behind the people of Ukraine until victory has been won. President Biden and House Democrats continue to get things done for everyday Americans. We passed the American Rescue Plan and recently celebrated the one-year anniversary of this incredibly important legislation when the American Rescue Plan was first enacted, and when President Biden first took office, less than 2 million Americans were fully vaccinated. Today, more than 250 million Americans are fully vaccinated, allowing us to return to some semblance of new normalcy. The economy was on the brink of collapse when the American Rescue Plan was enacted. Subsequent to passage of the American Rescue Plan, during President Biden's first 13 months, more than 7 million good-paying jobs have been created, a record in American presidential history. Fastest rate of economic growth in 40 years. Unemployment down to 3.8%, a pre-pandemic low. Wages are increasing. And notwithstanding the doom and gloom predictions from my Republican colleagues about spending on behalf of everyday Americans, the deficit was reduced by more than $350 billion. Democrats are the party of fiscal responsibility and the party that gets things done for everyday Americans. Why did Kevin McCarthy and the House Republicans uniformly vote against the American Rescue Plan? What is their rationale? It saved the economy. It put shots in arms, money in pockets, kids back in school, and Democrats reduced the deficit. Are they just callous? Do they not care about everyday Americans? Their argument has now fallen apart. Supposedly, it was about fiscal responsibility. That was always a sham. They're the ones that regularly explode the deficit, as Donald Trump did, and increase the debt dramatically, in part by passing the GOP tax scam. So we passed the American Rescue Plan. We passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which will continue to create millions of good-paying jobs, fix our crumbling bridges, roads, tunnels, airports, subways, buses, tracks, sewer and water systems, make sure there's clean water in every single community in America, as well as access to high-speed broadband. And now we've passed a transformative omnibus spending agreement that will continue to lift up everyday Americans. Democrats deliver and get things done. Republicans just lie. Lie about COVID, lie about the economy, and certainly lie about the results of the 2020 election. And now they're even lying about President Zelensky. President Zelensky is a hero, a freedom fighter, a patriot. He's not a thug. More on that later. I'm now pleased to yield to Vice Chair Pete Aguilar.
I'm sure there'll be more on that later. Last week, as the chairman mentioned, we were incredibly pleased to pass the government funding bill, but it took less than 48 hours after passage for Republicans to take credit for spending that dough. From New York to Michigan to Texas, House Republicans are touting the local projects that they opposed, just as they did with the bipartisan infrastructure law. Let me be clear. These projects deserve to be funded back in our communities, in their communities and in my community. But we worked incredibly hard, the Appropriations Committee, to make sure that we approved these projects in Democratic districts and in Republican districts. But for folks like Elise Stefanik, a member of Republican leadership, to turn around and to brag about funding and the 10 projects after voting against them just shows how broken the Republican Party is, and they need to be called out for it. Clearly, Democrats must have the right strategy for keeping the majority when Republicans want to take credit for the things that we do. They take credit for things that they vote against, whether it was the 2020 election was stolen to the level of dishonesty is staggering. We can't trust the Republican Party to govern if they can't be honest about these details to the American public. We'll continue to focus on the needs of the American public, funding the priorities of this country, aid to Ukraine, meeting the challenges of the pandemic. We'll do all of those things. And we look forward to working with colleagues who are reasonable to get these priorities accomplished. With that, we'll take some questions.
Questions? Garrett?
The White House has started to warn about the effects of not getting additional COVID money, that they'd have to pull back on vaccines and testing and other things like that. What's the plan to get that money passed?
Well, as has been the case with the American Rescue Plan, as has been the case with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, as has been the case with a spending agreement to provide for the needs of everyday Americans, House Democrats are going to do what is necessary to provide that additional relief that the White House indicates it needs in terms of resources to continue to stem the tide of the pandemic. We are in the position that we are in today because of President Biden's leadership in partnership with House Democrats and Senate Democrats, and not a single Republican voted to support the American Rescue Plan. And so we're going to get the job done as we continue to get the job done. We didn't have a caucus meeting today because we were hearing from President Zelensky, but the Speaker, of course, is on the case, and we're going to make sure that we provide the COVID assistance necessary to continue to allow the American people to get through this pandemic.
I didn't really hear a plan there, or even a timeline. Gonna try again?
The plan is that we always get it done.
Okay.
Well, just to follow up on that, Bill, if you don't get it done.
First row. First row.
I mean, I think I have a similar
Yeah.
question. I mean, if you don't, Speaker Pelosi presented a plan and her own members rejected that plan, what is the new plan to get the COVID aid the White House is saying is desperate?
But we passed a $1.5 trillion spending agreement that contains so much good for the American people, and we were able to come together and get that done, in fact, in a bipartisan way. Now, my understanding is that it's March, and the White House has indicated to us that they've got funding to take us through September. It's March. I think that's 6 months. That's an eternity in Washington, D.C. We are going to get it done.
Can I ask you on a different question? Ukraine, a lot of members came out of the speech today. They were still against the no-fly zone, still against delivering MiGs to the country. I'm wondering if what you guys saw and heard today was not a red line for taking a measure such as those. Is there a red line where the U.S. does get to that point? Does that exist?
Pete, you want to address it? And I'll address it after Pete.
Sure. We want to make sure that they have the resources they need to protect themselves. We know that they are fighting for democracy. We want to make sure that they have the tools and the resources. $13 billion included in the package last year to help meet those needs. The president talking, I believe, later today about additional funding that has been repurposed. All of these things are helpful. From a perspective of red lines, what we want to be cautious about are the decisions before us while giving them the resources they need to defend themselves. They also talked about missile defense systems. The president also Zelensky talked about missile defense systems. So we want to take in that feedback. But at this point, we want to hear what they need. We want to evaluate it. We want to work with the administration, and the administration will help guide the resources that we need. I don't think we need 535 voices around here trying to be Secretary of Defense, but I think it's fair to ask questions about what our policy is, how far are we going to go, and what more we need to give to them to help them protect democracy while staying true to our NATO obligations and ensuring that we don't escalate this any more than it, from our perspective, from the defense side, more than is necessary.
Did he change either of your minds, though, on the airplanes or the no-fly zone?
Well, President Zelensky appeared to have presented an either-or scenario. He indicated in his remarks that he supports the establishment of a no-fly zone, but indicated in the alternative, providing Ukraine with enhanced missile defense systems would also help to stem the carnage that we are seeing. That's an opening to find common ground, particularly when you consider, as we understand it, that the carnage being witnessed in Ukraine right now is by and large not coming from Russian airplanes and from the Russian Air Force. It's coming from the ground and from missiles. And so the question is, what is the most efficient way to stop the carnage as we see it? And perhaps that's why President Zelensky talked about alternative ways to address the pain that the Ukrainian people are experiencing, while, of course, thanking President Biden for his leadership. Because what has been done is significant. We've provided Ukraine and their courageous military and citizens with the weapons necessary to mount an incredible defense, including javelins and stingers and other forms of lethal aid that is making a difference on the ground. We've provided them with intelligence information that has proven to be very helpful to the Ukrainian resistance. And we just authorized more than $13 billion. That's a record amount of assistance, which will include humanitarian aid, economic aid, as well as continued military aid. That is an important and strong step in the right direction. The American people are standing behind Ukraine.
Mr. Chair, just to get back to the COVID aid, obviously the hope had been to perhaps have a bill this week, so if it doesn't happen this week, when do you expect it to happen? Because it seems like you gave a lot of runway there. And then secondly, can you just comment with respect to the issues conference last week? Since then, we've seen several members contract COVID. Do you expect any concerns that the conference could have been a source or a spreader?
Yeah, it's, with respect to the first question, it's my understanding that we have the resources necessary to provide the COVID assistance necessary, which includes vaccines as well as therapeutics through September. It's March, and the only timeline that I can present is that the COVID assistance that is necessary will be done well in advance of the expiration of the aid and resources that we currently have. It will be done well in advance of September. With respect to the Issues Conference, it was wonderful to be back together in person, hundreds of people, members and staff gathering. In terms of COVID, certainly thankful that everyone who is COVID positive right now within the caucus, which I would point out, as I understand it, is about 9 members, 5 of whom were present, 4 of whom were not. So COVID is still here, but we are learning to live with it. And I'm thankful that everyone who tested positive, 5 of whom were present, 4 of whom were not, and President Obama was not at the conference either, still with us, but we are learning to live with it in a way that will allow a return to normalcy, and that is a good thing. Go on the back.
Can you just give an update on where things stand about ending permanent normal trade relations with Russia and Belarus? Is that still going to be voted on this week? When can we expect this to text?
It's not clear to me. You have to talk to Leader Hoyer or the Speaker about sort of the schedule. This is being discussed. We're hopeful to be able to move forward in this area in a bipartisan way. If not, have a 4 corners agreement between the House and the Senate. Go back over to this side. Thanks.
Sure. At the Issues Conference, it seemed like some members were talking about the possibility of executive actions on some of these legislative issues that have been kind of stalled out. Is this some sort of recognition of the limits of what you're able to legislate right now?
I'm going to yield to Pete on this, but, you know, in any normal circumstance, having just accomplished the American Rescue Plan alone would be a tremendous victory for the American people. Or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act alone would be a tremendous victory for the American people, when for decades we've had Infrastructure Week every other week and nothing ever happened. And under President Biden's leadership, partnership with Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer, House and Senate Democrats, we got it done for the American people, and we just delivered a historic spending agreement. So I'm confident that we can legislate, because we have been legislating in real ways. That doesn't mean that there aren't circumstances where executive actions aren't appropriate. They are. That has always been the case with every administration. I think will continue to be so with the Biden administration.
Yeah, all I would add is, you know, we all agree that there's no substitute to legislation and passing bills that become laws. That is how we solve issues. That is how our colleagues, that is how House Democrats want to solve issues like immigration, like climate change, all of these issues. But occasionally there will be needs to address this through executive action. and we are working with the administration to offer suggestions and ideas that could be helpful to address some of those issues. You heard from Chairman Ruiz that he'll continue to have conversations with the administration and make that public when it's appropriate. But I don't think that it should surprise anyone. Every administration takes executive actions. We feel that there are some areas that can and should be addressed through executive action that will deliver help to people. So we're not going to be shy about offering suggestions to do that. But we will work in partnership with the administration, and we'll work to address this as a family does to make sure that we're meeting the needs.
I'm sorry, I went to you already, yeah.
Okay. So in the district that you're running for re-election in, sort of in addition to getting a high school that used to be a lot cooler than yours, you're going to get one of the most significant Russian and I believe Ukrainian populations in the country. Are you hearing from them? Are you talking to them? What are you hearing and what is your message to them?
Well, in the district that I currently represent and have had the privilege of doing so for the last decade, I do represent the largest percentage of Russian-speaking immigrants from the former Soviet Union, many of whom are Jewish, than any other member of Congress in the country. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, who knew, right? What a great country, the United States of America. And it's an honor to represent such a robust community, many of whom come from Ukraine, which is why we call parts of Brighton Beach Little Odessa. But I can tell you, I had the benefit of being a privilege of being at a rally that was held by Councilman Ari Kagan and others recently in southern Brooklyn, and the community is united. Those from Ukraine, those from Belarus, like Council Member Ari Kagan, those from Russia. The community is united in defense of Ukraine. And they're thankful that the United States has stepped up in important and robust ways, and of course are urging the Congress and the administration in the country to continue to do so until victory has been won, until Ukraine has been liberated, until democracy and freedom and truth prevail.
I have kind of a lighter question about the Sunshine Protection Act, which I think someone unexpectedly passed the Senate yesterday by unanimous consent. I understand this came up in the House Democratic leadership meeting last night. Can you tell us anything about whether or not the House is going to take action on this, what the thinking is?
It was noted that the Senate has passed this legislation by unanimous consent. I guess that was unexpected because someone may have missed their moment in terms of being able to object. And it's wonderful to see under Leader Schumer that bills are moving out of the United States Senate. That is a credit to Leader Schumer. Multiple bills moving out of the United States Senate. In terms of this particular bill, sunshine legislation, as you've referred to it, I think it's an important step that we should take in the House of Representatives, but I look forward to hearing from other members of the caucus, some of whom have already publicly expressed their support for moving the legislation forward. Maybe I should yield to the gentleman from the Golden State to comment on the addition of more sunshine.
A lot of sunshine. The Sunshine Caucus. Yeah, it was briefly mentioned. I think it just caught us all by surprise that the Senate actually produced something and sent it to us. Usually bills go the other way. So Chairman Pallone obviously has had a hearing on this in the past. We look forward to his thoughts in the Energy and Commerce Committee. There might be some additional ideas that members have, and we know that members will reflect their districts, and whether that is rural communities or whether that is communities who children are waiting at bus stops and wanting to make sure that there's daylight and that they're doing it in a safe way early in the morning. So there are ideas and thoughts, but clearly this is something I think needs to be addressed. I think the time has come, but I want to have respect for members' ideas and thoughts on how we get there and what the timing is to get there.
Last question. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Why do House Democrats hate sunshine?
That will be fake news.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I'm all for it.
Well, I'm sure most of you, if not all, watched the presentation by President Zelensky to a joint session of Congress held in the auditorium. It was moving. It was inspiring. The video presented was heartbreaking. And I would imagine that the average American, if they had a chance to listen to President Zelensky and see the video, would want to do more to help the people of the Ukraine. The reason President Zelensky is doing this, he's trying to rally the world to do more. And the question is, can we do more? And should we do more? The answer is yes to both. Let's start with some common ground between myself and the Biden administration. I do not support a NATO no-fly zone. I understand the need from the Ukrainian perspective to stop the bombardment. It appears to me that Ukraine is holding its own on the ground. The big difference is air power, planes and missile attacks that have really been punishing to the Ukrainian people. But when the president and his team indicate that that would be an escalation that would involve the potential conflict between NATO members and Russia, he's right. That calculation may change in my mind about a no-fly zone, but as of right now, I support the president's decision not to go down that road, and I know that is hard for a lot of people to hear here at home and very disappointing to the Ukrainian people. But we have to make decisions based on our national security interest and not just emotional decisions. But I do believe it is in our national security interest to meet the request of the Ukrainian president to allow him, the Ukrainian people, to establish a no-fly zone. So while I oppose a NATO no-fly zone, I support enthusiastically the sending of MiG aircraft from Poland to the Ukrainian Air Force so they can be more competitive in the skies, and missile systems that are in abundance that could neutralize the Russian air advantage. They're S-100, 200, and 300 systems in former Soviet bloc countries, now members of NATO, that could be injected into the Ukrainian military that I think would help them maintain or regain control of their skies, or at least be competitive in the air. The MiGs. This has been a source of contention. It's sort of taken a life of its own, and this is a moment in history that everybody will be watching and judging how this unfolds, and we have a chance in real time to make a difference. On March 6th, on Face the Nation, Secretary Blinken was asked by Margaret Brennan, if, for instance, the Polish government, a NATO member, wants to send fighter jets, does that get a green light from the U.S., or are you afraid that will escalate tension? Secretary Blinken's reply, no, that gets a green light. In fact, we're talking with our Polish friends right now about what we might be able to do to backfill their needs if, in fact, they choose to provide these fighter jets to the Ukrainians. That was the position on March 6th. About 3 or 4 days later, I think March 9th, the position of the Biden administration was that the jets would be escalatory. I am urging the Biden administration to reconsider sending the MiGs, as well as additional air defense capability. I believe there's an overwhelming bipartisan support for that idea. I want to thank Senator Schumer and McConnell for allowing the war crimes resolution to go through the Senate yesterday unanimously, and President Zelensky mentioned that. So what we do here is followed by the good guys and the bad guys, and the fact that we could get a resolution through the United States Senate supporting an investigation of Putin and his military commanders as war criminals is very pleasing to me. I think it's sending the right signal at the right time, and Senator Schumer's remarks about the resolution were right on. I've talked to Democratic senators in the last 48 hours, and I think there's more than a handful of Democrats that would like to do something with the jets. So the bottom line is, while NATO no-fly zone seems to be a bridge too far for me and the administration, there is bipartisan support for sending a package that includes fighter jets and air defense systems to the Ukraine immediately so that we can have a Ukrainian no-fly zone manned by Ukrainian pilots and manned by missile systems in the hands of the Ukrainian military. So I have a resolution that I will introduce this afternoon, a sense of the Senate resolution urging the Biden administration to make the transfer of the 28 MiGs in question and to send additional air defense capability that we possess in NATO to allow the Ukrainians better to defend their skies. The state of play of the war, I think the Ukrainian military has exceeded every expectation. I think the Russian military has been underwhelming. Thousands of people have died in this conflict. I do not believe the Russian military's heart and soul is in this endeavor. How does this end? We cannot let Putin get away with this. After 20 years of murder and war crimes and thievery, it's led to this moment. Every time he did something outrageous, the world complained, but not enough. And now he has crossed a Rubicon where there is no going back. If he's still standing when this is over, then you can almost bet that Taiwan goes and that Iran will become more belligerent. So what happens here in Ukraine will shape the world one way or the other. A world where Putin wins is a very dark, dangerous world. A world where Ukraine survives against the atrocities being committed against him by Putin and his armed forces is a much brighter world. The video showed Ukraine before the Russian invasion. Peaceful, happy people. They had their share of problems. Corruption was rampant, is a real issue in Ukraine. But a people that were willing to live in peace, raise their children, and go on about their own lives in a peaceful fashion. And you could see the before and after views of this war. I'm just urging the Senate to speak with one voice, to meet the moment. We've been talking, we have written letters, but it's now time to take votes. And I would just say this, that if we had a vote on the resolution to supply the Ukrainian military with the MiG fighters and other air defense systems, it would be a shot in the arm to the Ukrainian people and their military. It would be a blow to Putin. And if we could do this soon, I think it really could help the outcome of this conflict. With that, I will take questions.
Senator Graham, can you talk a little bit about what it means to help Ukraine create their own no-fly zone? What does that mean? Would it be something similar to an Iron Dome in Israel?
Well, I think what President Zelensky is saying is if you can't do the NATO no-fly zone, and at this point in time, that to me is a bridge too far, because it would put us in direct conflict. He said, how about helping us control our own skies? As to my friends in the Pentagon, you told all of us that this war would last 3 or 4 days, that Kyiv would fall, that, you know, the country would be overwhelmed by the Russian military. They were wrong. So, quite frankly, I trust President Zelensky's judgment about what would help him in real time more than anybody else on the planet right now. He's proven a level of capability as a wartime leader. The Ukrainian people and their military have exceeded all expectations. So when he asks for MiG jets that his pilots can fly, that they're trained on, that Poland at least at one time was willing to give, I think we should honor that request. I know there are S-100, 200, and 300 air defense systems in abundance that could go in if we just made that decision. And I'd like to increase the drone capability of the Ukrainian military because they've been very effective with the Turkish drones, and I think we should be supplying drones too.
Senator, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned escalatory moves. Why is it that when the administration says that creating a no-fly zone, which you agree would be escalatory, but then sending MiGs, which the administration and some of the intel community testified to this on the Hill last week, would also be an escalatory move in the vision of the Russians. Why do you support one and not the other, basically?
Well, a no-fly zone enforced by NATO would put NATO members in direct military conflict with Russian forces. That's what a NATO no-fly zone means. Increasing the capability of the Ukrainian military to defend its own skies is very consistent with the Javelins and the Stingers.
Even if we're the ones giving them...
Yes, yes. These are not our MiGs. We don't have any MiGs. So these are Polish jets. that are willing to be given to the Ukrainians that they can fly. It's a distinction that doesn't make sense to me. On March 6th, we're okay with it. So I think what happened here is I think Putin threatened the Biden administration, if you send the jets, it'll be an escalation, and he folded like a cheap suit. I'll say that openly. Now's the time to revisit that. I tell you this, that's just not me saying this. I am convinced if my resolution had a vote on the floor of the United States Senate, it would pass overwhelmingly, well north of 60 votes, with strong bipartisan support, because most of us see the distinction between NATO being directly involved and helping Ukraine with reasonable capability improve their own air defense system. This idea that somehow 28 MiGs in the hands of the Ukrainian Air Force would lead to an invasion of Russia by the Ukraine is nonsense. And the people who are telling me it's escalatory apparently didn't say much on March 6th when we green-lighted it. What changed? I think what changed between the 6th and the 9th was that Putin weighed in and backed the Biden administration down. We cannot let Putin determine what we do in terms of military assistance, economic assistance, and I think that's what we're allowing to happen.
Do you still stand by your call to have Putin be assassinated?
Do
you still stand by your
Yeah, I hope he'll be taken out one way or the other. I don't care how they take him out. I don't care if we send him to The Hague and try him. I just want him to go. Yes, I'm on record. Please understand, Senator Lindsey Graham, if John McCain were here, he'd be saying the same thing, I think. It's time for him to go. He's a war criminal. I wish somebody had taken Hitler out in the 30s. So yes, that Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal. He needs to be dealt with by the Russian people. I'm not asking to invade Russia to take him out. I'm not asking to send American ground forces in Ukraine to fight the Russian army. I am asking the Russian people to rise up and end this reign of terror for you and the world at large. That if you follow Putin, you're going to have zero future. I encourage what Zelensky said, that every American company leave Russia right now. Leave today. I encourage the world to strangle the Russian economy. Our war is not with the Russian people. In many ways, they're as much of a victim as Putin as anybody else. The young journalist yesterday who held up the sign, now that takes guts. People like that change history. So how do I think this ends? I think if we stick with it, that if we help the Ukrainians fight for their own freedom, provide them reasonable assistance on the military front to regain control of their skies, help them with food and clothing and economic assistance, and strangle the Russian economy, that there will be forces emerge inside of Russia to end this. So I think the world is better off without Putin. The sooner the better, and I don't care how we do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of other senators, Rob Portman, for example, who want much tougher sanctions. And, Zelensky talked about banning all Russian imports, yes, not just oil. Do you think there's a chance of getting some bipartisan support there? Because a lot of Democrats say we need to work with our allies, and a lot of allies are resistant to cutting off all those Russian energy exports.
Well, I think we have a historic opportunity here to end the reign of terror of Putin. And the only way you're going to do that is get the Russian people to take matters in their own hands, bring about justice, turn him over to the international court. How would they do that? Well, they can't go to Starbucks. They can't go to McDonald's. There's a group of people in Russia that have come accustomed to a fairly middle-class lifestyle. Now, would this be tough on us? Yes, it would be. But yes, the Ukrainian ambassador called me up yesterday, begging again for the airplanes and the missile defense systems, but she would like to expand the sanctions to regional Russian leaders. She wants to throw a wider net around the Russian infrastructure that keeps Putin in power, and I support that. So I'll work with Rob to expand the current sanctions to a larger group of Russian officials. I will also see if we can expand the sanctions in a wider way in terms of just all economic activity. We need to isolate Russia as the pariah state that it's become.
You've said a number of times during this press conference that you don't support a NATO-imposed fly
Right.
zone as of yet. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what would have to change on the ground in Ukraine for your position on that to change? Specifically things like
Yeah.
chemical weapons attacks, anything
Yeah.
else, what would have to change?
If there were a chemical weapons attack, I would change my mind.
Anything else, or, other?
That's the one that comes to mind right now.
Were you disappointed a majority of Senate Republicans opposed the Ukraine aid package last week in the omnibus? What did you think of that?
I think that vote was probably tied to the overall funding of the government. I think if you'd had a separate vote on that, it would have been overwhelming. But your point is well taken. You know, we live in difficult times. You have to do things that you're uncomfortable with, you know, to show solidarity with the Ukrainian people. I wish we could have had 100 votes for this package. But if there had been a separate vote on the aid, apart from the overall spending bill, I think it would have gained more support. But this is what I would say to my Republican colleagues. Let's don't send mixed messages. To my Democratic colleagues, you've told me privately, some publicly. I think Senator Blumenthal was on the floor yesterday supporting transfer of the MiGs. Senator Klobuchar mentioned that she would be open to that. So to both parties, we got a chance here to come together. I have stood by the Biden administration in terms of no NATO, no-fly zone. I know the Ukrainian people don't like hearing that. I know it's difficult to say given that video, but I think it's the right decision. I think the idea of backpedaling on the jets has done two very bad things. It's diminished the ability of the Ukrainians to control their own skies, and it sent a signal that we're not appropriately all in, that it had to be a boost to Putin and a blow to the Ukrainian military and people when we kind of backpedal. So I'm asking the Biden administration to reconsider.
Senator, have you heard whether the Biden administration is considering the use of these Switchblade drones or providing these Switchblade drones to Ukraine? And is that something you or other members of Congress might support if it were part of a military aid package?
I don't know what a Switchblade drone is, but it sounds like it should be going to the Ukraine.
Where they can pinpoint
I know what a
attacks.
Switchblade is. So, yes, ma'am. It's pretty simple. If they think it will make a difference militarily, let's do it. Now, if they ask for a nuclear weapon, I'd say no. But if, you know, they're asking for air defense capability, and drones have proven their worth. The Turkish drones have been wisely used by the Ukrainian military. Here's what I think will happen. The longer this war goes, and I don't see the Ukrainians giving up on their freedom, I think they'll fight to their death. The weather's going to change, the ground's going to get muddy, and the maneuverability of the Russian military is going to be substantially reduced. We see anecdotal stories of Russian units beginning to break. You see things inside of Russia changing, the holding up the sign. The fact that she was let out of jail so quickly tells me that there's some people in Russia that maybe are not all in for Putin. So the answer is yes to the Switchblade drones. Well, you've had one. I'll get right back to you.
The jets aside, there's some reporting this morning, and some leaders on the Hill have been saying that air defense systems are on the way to Ukraine now. Are you briefed on that?
I'm getting a briefing this afternoon at 3:30, and I appreciate that. And I hope that's the case. All I can say is that the request for the air defense systems has been out there for quite a while. We made a mistake as a nation not imposing pre-invasion sanctions. Everything would be provocative. I thought if you told Putin up front, here's what comes your way, he might be less likely to do this. Uncertainty is a bad thing when you're dealing with bullies. The Chinese. Now, there's a report out that the Chinese are going to be all in helping Putin. I would expect that to be true. Birds of a feather tend to flock together. So if the Chinese begin to help Putin economically and militarily, then I think we should write down what we would do to the Chinese economy and let them read it for themselves. This idea of serious consequences is not enough. Let's don't make the mistake we made with Russia with China. So I would urge the administration to start drafting some proposed sanctions so the Chinese government would understand what they're getting in for if they tried to bail out Putin.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
Okay. Can you know, Senator Portman told me and a few other reporters yesterday that he would be interested in something like an Iron Dome over Ukraine. Is that something you guys talked about? Or would you open to?
I think yes. I mean, so I've talked to the Israelis. I mean, you know, they have their own national security concerns, but let's look at it this way. The video shows the effect of air power more than anything else. You know, these buildings being blown up and the cities being ravaged is coming from the air. It's coming from manned aircraft and from missile systems. So an Iron Dome system would help neutralize the advantage the Russians have in the air. I cannot stress enough, I don't claim to be a military tactician or commander. I've been a military lawyer most of my life, and even I could convict Putin. I think my niece could convict Putin of being a war criminal. The control of the skies is the missing link. It's the big advantage the Russians have. And I am confident that if we inventoried the systems available to us, that we have and that our allies have, and we made a firm commitment to help the Ukrainians control their skies, we could turn the tide of battle even more than is being done today. What's missing here from the Biden administration is that they're worried about what Russia may do if we do something. Russia needs to be more worried about us helping the Ukraine. We're not going to have a nuclear exchange over this. This is a bluff by Putin. If we let him threaten nuclear retaliation every time we get in a disagreement, he owns the world. I am confident that he may be a murderer, but he's not suicidal. And I'm even more confident that the Russian people, particularly the general staff, is not going to commit mass suicide to help Putin, because nobody wins a nuclear exchange. So there's a moment in history here, a moment on the battlefield, that if we went all in providing Switchblade drones, Iron Dome type systems, 28 fighters, maybe never in the history of warfare has 28 planes meant so much to so many. That really is such a small contribution. To borrow a turn of phrase from Churchill, the Battle of Britain was won by brave fighter pilots against all the odds, going up day after day, being able to hold off the Germans. 28 planes. Will it turn the tide of the air battle? I don't know. Is it the most effective way to regain control of the skies? I don't know. But I know that President Zelensky believes it will help. And if we reverse course as a nation to give them the planes, it would create momentum for Ukraine and be yet another blow to Putin. Last question.
One more follow-up about the transfer of the MiGs. So part of what the administration said last week was that the Polish government was basically asking the planes to be transferred to Ramstein, and then they would, then the Ukrainians could get the planes. Is there a way that you see?
Yeah, I'm not so sure that's the best way of doing it. In World War II, we had a Neutrality Act, and Roosevelt and Churchill were pretty clever. We came up with a way of taking World War II fighters to the Canadian border, and they would drag them across the border and send them to Britain. Here's what I believe. There is a way to get 28 planes into the hands of Ukrainian pilots if we want that to happen. Zelensky is saying to the world, not just the ambassador to the world, that these planes matter. Please help me. If you cannot help me with a NATO no-fly zone, here's my second request. And it makes eminent sense that we have a lot of smart people in this country. We can find 20 ways to get 28 planes in the hands of Ukrainian pilots, not American pilots, to defend their skies. Thank you so much.
element of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, end of quote, which I shall refer to as the Genocide Convention or the Convention. Together with the application, Ukraine submitted a request for the indication of provisional measures with reference to Article 41 of the statute and to Articles 73, 74, and 75 of the Rules of Court. I further recall that by a letter dated 5 March 2022, the ambassador of the Russian Federation to the Kingdom of the Netherlands indicated that his government had decided not to participate in the oral proceedings on the request for the indication of provisional measures. However, under cover of a letter dated 7 March 2022, he communicated to the court a document setting out, I quote, the position of the Russian Federation regarding the lack of jurisdiction of the court in the case, end of quotation. In accordance with our usual practice, I shall not read out the introductory paragraphs of the order, which set out the procedural history of the case. I shall also omit or summarize some other paragraphs. I shall accordingly begin the reading of the order at paragraph 17. The context in which the present case comes before the court is well known. On 24 February 2022, the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, declared that he had decided to conduct an, I quote, special military operation, end of quote, against Ukraine. Since then, there has been intense fighting on Ukrainian territory, which has claimed many lives, has caused extensive displacement, and has resulted in widespread damage. The court is acutely aware of the extent of the human tragedy that is taking place in Ukraine and is deeply concerned about the continuing loss of life and human suffering. The court is profoundly concerned about the use of force by the Russian Federation in Ukraine, which raises very serious issues of international law. The court is mindful of the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and of its own responsibilities in the maintenance of international peace and security, as well as the peaceful settlement of disputes under the Charter and the statute of the court. It deems it necessary to emphasize that all states must act in conformity with their obligations under the United Nations Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law. The ongoing conflict between the parties has been addressed in the framework of several international institutions. The General Assembly of the United Nations adopted a resolution referring to many aspects of the conflict on 2 March 2022. The present case before the court, however, is limited in scope, as Ukraine has instituted these proceedings only under the Genocide Convention. The court wishes to express its regret at the decision taken by the Russian Federation not to participate in the oral proceedings on the request for indication of provisional measures. The non-appearance of a party has a negative impact on the sound administration of justice, as it deprives the court of assistance that a party could have provided to it. Nevertheless, the court must proceed in the discharge of its judicial function at any phase of the case. Though formally absent from the proceedings, non-appearing parties sometimes submit to the court letters and documents in ways and by means not contemplated by its rules. It is valuable for the court to know the views of both parties in whatever form those views may have been expressed. The court will therefore take account of the document communicated by the Russian Federation on 7 March 2022 to the extent that it finds this appropriate in discharging its duties. The court recalls that the non-appearance of one of the states concerned cannot in itself constitute an obstacle to the indication of provisional measures. It emphasizes that the non-participation of a party in the proceedings at any stage of the case cannot in any circumstances affect the validity of its decision. Should the present case extend beyond the current phase, the Russian Federation, which remains a party to the case, will be able, if it so wishes, to appear before the court to present its arguments. The court may indicate provisional measures only if the provisions relied on by the applicant appear prima facie to afford a basis on which its jurisdiction could be founded. but it need not satisfy itself in a definitive manner that it has jurisdiction as regards the merits of the case. In the present case, Ukraine seeks to found the jurisdiction of the court on Article 36, Paragraph 1 of the statute of the court, and on Article 9 of the Genocide Convention. The court must therefore first determine whether those provisions prima facie confer upon it jurisdiction to rule on the merits of the case, enabling it, if the other necessary conditions are fulfilled, to indicate provisional measures. Article 9 of the Genocide Convention reads as follows, I quote, "Disputes between the contracting parties relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the present convention, including those relating to the responsibility of a state for genocide or for any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3, shall be submitted to the International Court of Justice at the request of any of the parties to the dispute." Ukraine and the Russian Federation are both parties to the Genocide Convention. Neither of them maintains a reservation to Article 9. Article 9 of the Genocide Convention makes the court's jurisdiction conditional on the existence of a dispute relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the convention. According to the established case law of the court, a dispute is a disagreement on a point of law or fact, a conflict of legal views or interests between parties. In order for a dispute to exist, it must be shown that the claim of one party is positively opposed by the other. The two sides must hold clearly opposite views concerning the question of the performance or non-performance of certain international obligations. To determine whether a dispute exists in a present case, the court cannot limit itself to noting that one of the parties maintains that the convention applies while the other denies it. Since Ukraine has invoked as the basis of the court's jurisdiction the compromissory clause in an international convention, the court must ascertain at the present stage of the proceedings whether it appears that the acts complained of by the applicant are capable of falling within the scope of that convention, ration materiae. Ukraine contends that a dispute exists between it and the Russian Federation relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. It maintains that the parties disagree on whether genocide, as defined in Article 2 of the Convention, has occurred or is occurring in the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts of Ukraine, and whether Ukraine has committed genocide. It further argues that the dispute concerns the question whether, as a consequence of the Russian Federation's unilateral assertion that genocide is occurring, the Russian Federation has a lawful basis to take military action in and against Ukraine to prevent and punish genocide, pursuant to Article 1 of the Genocide Convention. The Russian Federation, for its part, states that, in reality, its, I quote, special military operation, end of quote, on the territory of Ukraine is based on Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, and that the Convention cannot provide a legal basis for a military operation which is beyond the scope of the Convention. The Russian Federation therefore concludes that Ukraine's application and request manifestly fall beyond the scope of the Convention and thus the jurisdiction of the court. It asks the court to remove the case from its list. The court recalls that for the purpose of deciding whether there was a dispute between the parties at the time of the filing of the application, it takes into account in particular any statements or documents exchanged between the parties, as well as any exchanges made in multilateral settings. In so doing, it pays special attention to the author of the statement or document, their intended or actual addressee, and their content. The existence of a dispute is a matter for objective determination by the court. It's a matter of substance and not a question of form or procedure. The court observes that since 2014, various state organs and senior representatives of the Russian Federation have referred in official statements to the commission of acts of genocide by Ukraine in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions. The court observes, in particular, that the investigative committee of the Russian Federation, an official state organ, has, since 2014, instituted criminal proceedings against high-ranking Ukrainian officials regarding the alleged commission of acts of genocide against the Russian-speaking population living in the above-mentioned regions. I quote, in violation of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, end of quote. The court recalls that in an address made on 21 February 2022, the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, described the situation in Donbass as, I quote, horror and genocide, which almost 4 million people are facing, end of quotation. By a letter dated 24 February 2022, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations requested the Secretary General to circulate as a document of the Security Council the, I quote, text of the address of President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, to the citizens of Russia, informing them of the measures taken in accordance with Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations in exercise of the right of self-defense, end of quotation. In his address, pronounced on 24 February 2022, the President of the Russian Federation explained that he had decided, I quote, in accordance with Article 51, Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, to conduct a special military operation with the approval of the Federation Council of Russia and pursuant to treaties of friendship and mutual assistance with the Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic, end of quotation. He specified that the purpose of the special operation was, I quote, to protect people who have been subjected to abuse and genocide by the Kiev regime for 8 years, end of quotation. He stated that the Russian Federation had to stop a genocide against millions of people and that it would seek the prosecution of those who had committed numerous bloody crimes against civilians, including citizens of the Russian Federation. The permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations, referring to the address by the President of the Russian Federation on 24 February 2022, explained at a meeting of the Security Council on Ukraine that, I quote, the purpose of the special operation was to protect people who had been subjected to abuse and genocide by the Kiev regime for 8 years, end of quotation. 2 days later, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the European Union stated in an interview that the operation was a peace enforcement special military operation carried out in an effort aimed at denazification, adding that people had actually been exterminated and that, I quote, the official term of genocide, as coined in international law, if one reads the definition, fits pretty well, end of quotation. In response to the Russian Federation's allegations and its military actions, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine issued a statement on 26 February 2022, stating that Ukraine, I quote, strongly denies Russia's allegations of genocide and disputes any attempt to use such manipulative allegations as an excuse for Russia's unlawful aggression, end of quotation. At the present stage of these proceedings, the court is not required to ascertain whether any violations of obligations under the Genocide Convention have occurred in the context of the present dispute. Such a finding could be made by the court only at the stage of the examination of the merits of the present case. At this stage, the court's task is to establish whether the acts complained of by Ukraine appear to be capable of falling within the provisions of the Genocide Convention. The court recalls that while it is not necessary for a state to refer expressly to a specific treaty in its exchanges with the other state to enable it later to invoke the compromissory clause of that instrument to institute proceedings before the court, the exchanges must refer to the subject matter of the treaty with sufficient clarity to enable the state against which a claim is made to ascertain that there is or may be a dispute with regard to that subject matter. The court considers that in the present proceedings, the evidence in the case file demonstrates prima facie that statements made by the parties referred to the subject matter of the Genocide Convention in a sufficiently clear way to allow Ukraine to invoke the compromissory clause in this instrument as a basis for the court's jurisdiction. The statements made by the state organs and senior officials of the parties indicate a divergence of views as to whether certain acts allegedly committed by Ukraine in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions amount to genocide in violation of its obligations under the Genocide Convention, as well as whether the use of force by the Russian Federation for the stated purpose of preventing and punishing alleged genocide is a measure that can be taken in fulfillment of the obligation to prevent and punish genocide contained in Article 1 of the Convention. In the court's view, the acts complained of by the applicant appear to be capable of falling within the provisions of the Genocide Convention. The court recalls the Russian Federation's assertion that its, quote, special military operation, end of quote, is based on Article 51 of the United Nations Charter and customary international law. The court observes in this respect that certain acts or omissions may give rise to a dispute that falls within the ambit of more than one treaty. This assertion of the Russian Federation does not therefore preclude a prima facie finding by the court that the dispute presented by the application relates to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. The court finds, therefore, that the above-mentioned elements are sufficient at this stage to establish prima facie the existence of a dispute between the parties relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Genocide Convention. In light of the foregoing, the court concludes that prima facie it has jurisdiction pursuant to Article 9 of the Genocide Convention to entertain the case. Given the above conclusion, the court considers that it cannot accede to the Russian Federation's request that the case be removed from the general list for manifest lack of jurisdiction. The power of the court to indicate provisional measures under Article 41 of the statute has as its object the preservation of the respective rights claimed by the parties in a case, pending its decision on the merits. It follows that the court must be concerned to preserve by such measures the rights which may subsequently be adjudged by it to belong to either party. Therefore, the court may exercise this power only if it is satisfied that the rights asserted by the party requesting such measures are at least plausible. At this stage of the proceedings, however, the court is not called upon to determine definitively whether the rights which Ukraine seeks to protect exist. It need only determine whether the rights claimed by Ukraine on the merits and for which it is seeking protection are plausible. Moreover, a link must exist between the rights whose protection is sought and the provisional measures being requested. In the present proceedings, Ukraine argues that it seeks provisional measures to protect its rights, I quote, not to be subject to a false claim of genocide and not to be subjected to another state's military operations on its territory based on a brazen abuse of Article 1 of the Genocide Convention. End of quotation. Ukraine contends that it has a right to demand good faith performance of obligations under the Genocide Convention by the Russian Federation in accordance with the object and purpose of the Convention. It states that the Russian Federation has abused and misused the rights and duties stipulated in the Convention, and that the, quote, special military operation, close quote, of the respondent is an aggression undertaken under the guise of the duty to prevent and punish genocide, enshrined in Articles 1 and 4 of the Convention, and that it frustrates the object and purpose of the Convention. The court observes that in accordance with Article 1 of the Convention, all parties thereto have undertaken to prevent and to punish the crime of genocide. Article 1 does not specify the kinds of measures that a contracting party may take to fulfill this obligation. However, the contracting parties must implement this obligation in good faith, taking into account other parts of the Convention, in particular Articles 8 and 9, as well as its preamble. Pursuant to Article 8 of the Convention, a contracting party that considers that genocide is taking place in the territory of another contracting party may call upon the competent organs of the United Nations to take such action under the Charter of the United Nations as they consider appropriate for the prevention and suppression of acts of genocide or of any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3. In addition, pursuant to Article 9, such a contracting party may submit to the court a dispute relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Convention. A contracting party may resort to other means of fulfilling its obligation to prevent and punish genocide that it believes to have been committed by another contracting party, such as bilateral engagements or exchanges within a regional organization. However, the court emphasizes that in discharging its duty to prevent genocide, every state may only act within the limits permitted by international law, as was stated in a previous case brought under the Convention. The acts undertaken by the contracting parties to prevent and punish genocide must be in conformity with the spirit and aims of the United Nations, as set out in Article 1 of the United Nations Charter. The court can only take a decision on an applicant's claims if the case proceeds to the merits. At the present stage of the proceedings, it suffices to observe that the court is not in the possession of evidence substantiating the allegation of the Russian Federation that genocide has been committed on Ukrainian territory. Moreover, it is doubtful that the Convention, in light of its object and purpose, authorizes a contracting party's unilateral use of force in the territory of another state for the purpose of preventing or punishing an alleged genocide. Under these circumstances, the court considers that Ukraine has a plausible right not to be subjected to military operations by the Russian Federation for the purpose of preventing and punishing an alleged genocide in the territory of Ukraine. The court now turns to the condition of the link between the rights claimed by Ukraine and the provisional measures requested. The court has already found that Ukraine is asserting a right that is plausible under the Genocide Convention. The court considers that by their very nature, the first two provisional measures sought by Ukraine are aimed at preserving the rights of Ukraine that the court has found to be plausible. As to the third and fourth provisional measures requested by Ukraine, the question of their link with that plausible right does not arise, insofar as such measures would be directed at preventing any action which may aggravate or extend the existing dispute or render it more difficult to resolve, and at providing information on the compliance with any specific provisional measure indicated by the court. The court concludes, therefore, that a link exists between the right of Ukraine that the court has found to be plausible and the requested provisional measures. The court, pursuant to Article 41 of its statute, has the power to indicate provisional measures when irreparable prejudice could be caused to rights which are the subject of judicial proceedings, or when the alleged disregard of such rights may entail irreparable consequences. However, the power of the court to indicate provisional measures will be exercised only if there is urgency, in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to the rights claimed before the court gives its final decision. The condition of urgency is met when the acts susceptible of causing irreparable prejudice can occur at any moment before the court makes a final decision in the case. The court must therefore consider whether such a risk exists at this stage of the proceedings. The court is not called upon for the purpose of its decision on the request for indication of provisional measures to establish the existence of breaches of obligations under the Genocide Convention, but to determine whether the circumstances require the indication of provisional measures for the protection of the right found to be plausible. It cannot at this stage make definitive findings of fact, and the right of each party to submit arguments in respect of the merits remains unaffected by the court's decision on the request for the indication of provisional measures. Having previously determined that Ukraine can plausibly assert a right under the Genocide Convention, and that there is a link between this right and the provisional measures requested, the court now considers whether irreparable prejudice could be caused to this right and whether there is urgency, in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to this right before the court gives its final decision. The court considers that the right of Ukraine that it has found to be plausible is of such a nature that prejudice to it is capable of causing irreparable harm, Indeed, any military operation, in particular one on the scale carried out by the Russian Federation on the territory of Ukraine, inevitably causes loss of life, mental and bodily harm, and damage to property and the environment. The court considers that the civilian population affected by the present conflict is extremely vulnerable. The, quote, special military operation, end of quote, being conducted by the Russian Federation has resulted in numerous civilian deaths and injuries. It has also caused significant material damage, including the destruction of buildings and infrastructure. Attacks are ongoing and are creating increasingly difficult living conditions for the civilian population. Many persons have no access to the most basic foodstuffs, potable water, electricity, essential medicines, or heating. A very large number of people are attempting to flee from the most affected cities under extremely insecure conditions. In this regard, the court takes note of the 2 March 2022 resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations, which inter alia, I quote, expresses grave concern at the reports of attacks on civilian facilities such as residences, schools, and hospitals, and of civilian casualties including women, older persons, persons with disabilities, and children, recognizes that the military operations of the Russian Federation inside the sovereign territory of Ukraine are on a scale that the international community has not seen in Europe in decades, and that urgent action is needed to save this generation from the scourge of war, condemns the decision of the Russian Federation to increase the readiness of its forces, and expresses grave concern at the deteriorating humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine, with an increasing number of internally displaced persons and refugees in need of humanitarian assistance. End of quotation. In light of these circumstances, the court concludes that the disregard of the right deemed plausible by the court could cause irreparable prejudice to this right, and that there is urgency in the sense that there is a real and imminent risk that such prejudice will be caused before the court makes a final decision in this case. The court concludes, on the basis of all of the above considerations, that the conditions required by its statute for it to indicate provisional measures are met. It is therefore necessary, pending its final decision, for the court to indicate certain measures in order to protect the right of Ukraine that the court has found to be plausible. The court recalls that it has the power under its statute, when a request for provisional measures has been made, to indicate measures that are in whole or in part other than those requested. Article 75, paragraph 2 of the Rules of Court specifically refers to this power of the court. The court has already exercised this power on several occasions in the past. In the present case, having considered the terms of the provisional measures requested by Ukraine and the circumstances of the case, the court finds that the measures to be indicated need not be identical to those requested. The court considers that, with regard to the situation described above, the Russian Federation must, pending the final decision in the case, suspend the military operations that it commenced on 24 February 2022 in the territory of Ukraine. In addition, recalling the statement of the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the United Nations that the, I quote, Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk People's Republic, end of quotation, had turned to the Russian Federation with a request to grant military support. The court considers that the Russian Federation must also ensure that any military or irregular armed units which may be directed or supported by it, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control and direction, take no steps in furtherance of those military operations. The court recalls that Ukraine also requested it to indicate measures aimed at ensuring the non-aggravation of the dispute with the Russian Federation. When it indicates provisional measures for the purpose of preserving specific rights, the court may also indicate provisional measures with a view to preventing the aggravation or extension of the dispute if it considers that those circumstances so require. In the present case, having considered all the circumstances, in addition to the specific measures it has decided to order, the court deems it necessary to indicate an additional measure directed at both parties and aimed at ensuring the non-aggravation of the dispute. The court further recalls that Ukraine requested it to indicate a provisional measure directing the Russian Federation to provide a report to the court on measures taken to implement the court's order on provisional measures 1 week after such order, and then on a regular basis to be fixed by the court. In the circumstances of the present case, however, the court declines to indicate such a measure. The court reaffirms that its orders on provisional measures under Article 41 of the statute have binding effect, and thus create international legal obligations for any party to whom the provisional measures are addressed. The court further reaffirms that the decision given in the present proceedings in no way prejudices the question of the jurisdiction of the court to deal with the merits of the case or any questions relating to the admissibility of the application or to the merits themselves. It leaves unaffected the right of the governments of Ukraine and of the Russian Federation to submit arguments in respect of those questions. For these reasons, the court indicates the following provisional measures. By 13 votes to 2, the Russian Federation shall immediately suspend the military operations that it commenced on 24 February 2022 in the territory of Ukraine. In favor, President Donahue, Judges Tomka, Abraham, Benuna, Yusuf, Sebutinde, Bandari, Robinson, Salam, Iwasawa, Nolte, Charlesworth, Judge Ad hoc Daudet. Against, Vice President Gevorgian, Judge Shui. By 13 votes to 2, the Russian Federation shall ensure that any military or irregular armed units which may be directed or supported by it, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control or direction, take no steps in furtherance of the military operations referred to in point 1 above. In favor, President Donahue, Judges Tomka, Abraham, Benuna, Yusuf, Sebutinde, Bandari, Robinson, Salam, Iwasawa, Nolte, Charlesworth, Judge Ad hoc Daudet. Against, Vice President Gevorgian, Judge Shui. 3. Unanimously, both parties shall refrain from any action which may aggravate or extend the dispute before the court or make it more difficult to resolve. I shall now call upon the registrar to read the operative part of the order in French.
Par ces motifs, la Cour, indique à titre provisoire les mesures conservatoires suivantes. 1. Par 13 voix contre 2. La Fédération de Russie doit suspendre immédiatement les opérations militaires qu'elle a commencées le 24 février 2022 sur le territoire de l'Ukraine. Pour Madame Donoghue, présidente, Messieurs Tomka, Abraham, Benouna, Youssouf, Madame Sebutinde, Messieurs Bandari, Robinson, Salam Iwasawa, Nolte, Madame Charlesworth, juge, Monsieur Daudet, juge ad hoc. Contre, Monsieur Gevorgyan, vice-président, Madame Chouet, juge. 2. Par 13 voix contre 2. La Fédération de Russie doit veiller à ce qu'aucune des unités militaires ou unités armées irrégulières qui pourraient relever de son autorité ou bénéficier de son appui, ni aucune organisation ou personne qui pourrait se trouver sous son contrôle ou sa direction ne commettent d'actes tendant à la poursuite des opérations militaires visées au point 1 ci-dessus. Pour Madame Donoghue, présidente, Messieurs Tomka, Abraham, Benouna, Youssouf, Madame Sebutinde, Messieurs Bandari, Robinson, Salam, Iwasawa, Nolte, Madame Charlesworth, juge, Monsieur Daudet, juge ad hoc. Contre, Monsieur Gevorgyan, vice-président, Madame Chouet, juge. 3. À l'unanimité, les deux parties doivent s'abstenir de tout acte qui risquerait d'aggraver ou d'étendre le différend dont la Cour est saisie ou d'en rendre le règlement plus difficile.
Vice President Gevorgyan appends a declaration to the order of the court. Judges Benouna and Shui append declarations to the order of the court. Judge Robinson appends a separate opinion to the order of the court. Judge Nolte appends a declaration to the order of the court. Judge ad hoc Daudet appends a declaration to the order of the court. The text of the order is available from today in TypeScript. It will be available shortly on the court's website. The printed text will be available in due course. As the court has no further business before it today, I declare the sitting closed.
Very elated about this. Let me make something clear. There is no room for politics in our court system, and our appellate courts in this great state do not play politics. Let me make something clear. When this case was initially re-indicted, when this case was prosecuted, when this case was sentenced, At each of those steps, I wondered to myself whether Chicago has seceded from the Union. Because in this country, you cannot punish a person twice. And while everyone was focused on the sensationalism surrounding this case, people were not focused on the constitutionality of the prosecution. And we've been trying to tell everyone that. It is unconstitutional to charge someone twice. Mr. Smollett paid a $10,000 fine. Let me repeat it again, because our appellate courts are listening. Paid a $10,000 fine and did community service. Now, there's no time machine to go back in time to undo those things. His $10,000 fine hasn't even been returned to him, right? And then you re-indict the case and you give him 30 months probation for a class 4 felony with a man with no criminal record, felony record. 30 months probation, you give him 150 days in jail, you give him what else? You make him do restitution of $120,000, and then you give him the maximum fines. You know, and there's something wrong with that. We've been complaining about the disparate treatment of African Americans in the judicial system, regardless of what you think about this case. Some people might think Mr. Smollett is guilty. I disagree. We all disagree. But that's okay. You're entitled to your opinion. But the real question is, should black men be walked into jail for a class 4 felony? Shame on you if you think they should. That's a disgrace. It's wrong. We're talking about decarceration in this day and age. The Trump administration, the Obama administration, the Rauner administration in Illinois, and people are still trying to lock black men up, and it's a disgrace. Now, the judge's sentencing, couldn't disagree more with it. The judge spent a great deal of time chastising, berating my client. I've never seen that, and I thought it was unprofessional. That's my personal opinion. Not happy with that. And we look forward, now that this case is gone to the appellate court, to actually having finally an intellectual conversation about the constitutionality of this case. I'm not playing politics. That's all I'll say for now.
How's everybody doing?
Could you spell your name and spell it?
Shay Allen is S-H-A-Y, and it's no coincidence that we're here today. I think we're here because the appellate court realized this was the right thing to do. I hope everyone realizes that the persecution that went on in that courthouse was absurd, and that the sentence was a draconian sentence. It was excessive, and I've always called this case a class 4 murder. Apparently, this case is more important than the 20% clearance rate of the murders that are here in Chicago. Apparently, any citizen in Chicago, if they want to, if they don't like the decision that this duly elected official makes, can saunter into the courtroom and ask for a special prosecutor. I hope every citizen of Chicago realizes how important this case is, because this could be you. You may think, oh, that's ridiculous, I would never do these things that he's accused of, but you can definitely be charged for something you didn't do. You should never, ever be charged again for something that you had already been prosecuted for. It's important. Do not minimize it. It's not a joke.